Good evening. We will call our, it is now 5 o'clock. We will call our City Council meeting, meet and greet with Fate Boards and Commission applicants to order. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
Awesome. So what's the first item on our agenda, please?
We have an item of public comment, but nobody has signed up to speak. So then we will move to agenda item number 3, which is the meet and greet with applicants.
Okay.
You will see that we've separated the room into 2 groups of applicants, no specific order. We've just asked some to the right, some to the left. What we'll do now is we'll have members of the council, Councilwoman Chin, Councilmember Harper, and Mayor Greenberg. If you 3 would please come to this side to visit with the applicants, and then Councilmember Kelly, Mr. Manival, Mr. Hatley, and Ms. Huffman, if you would please move to this side of the room. You're going to visit with the applicants in an informal setting. You set the questions. And so you can just visit with them for about 20 minutes, and then I'll give a 2-minute warning, and then the council groups will switch. And then we will probably call it done about 5:45.
Okay.
And then that will give you time to get ready for the next meeting.
Okay, perfect.
All right. So
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, here we go. Thank you.
Okay, if we can wrap it up.
Okay, at this time, we will officially adjourn the 5 p.m. meeting at 5:51, the City Council meeting, meet and greet with Fate boards and commissions. We are adjourned. All right, good evening. We will call our July 7th, 6 p.m. City Council meeting to order. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
Excellent. So what's the first item on our agenda, please?
Item 2, which is invocation given by Christopher Ash with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the American and Texas flags.
Thank you.
Our Father in heaven, we are grateful this day for the blessings that we enjoy. We're grateful as always for the freedoms that we have, the freedom to assemble tonight and to do the work in this community. We pray for our city leaders, that thou would bless them with wisdom and judgment to make good decisions, to bless the members of this community. We're grateful for our first responders, and we pray for their protection, safety. Our thoughts tonight are with those affected by the great tragedy in Central. And we pray for them. We pray for those that are injured, that they may be healed. We pray for those in need of a rescue, that it will come. We pray for those giving service and going to the rescue, that they may be protected. And for those that have lost loved ones, including any in this company or in this community, we pray for healing and peace and comfort to them. And we're grateful to have thy words. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you. Not as the world gives, give I unto you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. We pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
All right, Ms. Vicky, next item, please.
Okay, next will be agenda item 3A, which is Park and Recreation Month Proclamation.
Okay. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the City of Fate, and whereas we celebrate Park and Recreation Month in July to promote building strong, vibrant, and resilient communities through the power of parks and recreation, and whereas the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board volunteer their time to be stewards of the Fate Parks and Recreation System by providing recommendations to improve city parks, and whereas this year's theme, Build Together, Play Together, reminds us that parks and public spaces bring people together to create lasting connections, strengthen neighborhoods, and provide safe, welcoming places for everyone to gather, play, and grow. And whereas, as part of the Park and Recreation Month, we celebrate Park and Recreation Professionals Day on July 18th to recognize those who keep our parks clean, safe, welcoming, and ready to use. And whereas this Park and Recreation Month, let's come together to celebrate how our local parks and public spaces reflect the spirit of Build Together, Play Together, showing that when we unite to create and enjoy these places, we strengthen our sense of community and our shared belonging. Now, therefore, I, Andrew Greenberg, Mayor of the City of Fate, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim July as Park and Recreation Month in the City of Fate, Texas. All right.
Would you all like to take a photo with our parks personnel?
Absolutely. That
Perfect.
sounds great.
Thank you.
Are we looking kind of lopsided
Can we do one more row? Like, just kind of, yeah, absolutely. Because I can't get all of you in here. Yeah, just like. Yeah, and then just kind of peering in the spaces between each other. There we go. There you go. There you go. All right, 1, 2, 3, cheese. And I'm just gonna crop this out. I'm gonna crop it out.
All right, thank you, guys. Okay, the next item on our agenda, please.
Yes, sir. That is going to be Agenda Item 3B, which is presentation of employee service awards to Clayton, Hubbard, and David Hale, and our Steve Gilbert will be presenting those to those employees.
Okay, great.
All right. So David is our supervisor for our facilities in our parks department. Clayton is one of our building inspectors. So 5 years is not only significant for the employee, it's significant for the city as well. I mean, because it's evidence of your dedication and commitment to yourself and the city. So know that we appreciate that. Dave comes to us with over 30 years experience. He tried to retire and we sucked him back out of retirement. But it's that 30 years of experience and knowledge and his efforts that are the key to the success of our department. And I couldn't do it without you. I appreciate everything you do. So, to you, David. Now, Clayton is our billing inspector, as I mentioned. Clayton is our most passionate one. Now, most billing inspectors are passionate anyway, but he has a voice of reason. So it's that passion and that voice of reason that makes us all better at what we do. So again, the same, I couldn't do it without you. I appreciate you both, everything you do for the city and for our departments.
And a picture with the council, please.
Sweet, let's go in the circle. It's probably easy.
All right. There we go. All right. Yep, I zoomed out, so you're all in there. There we go. All right. No, I have to see your faces. Sorry. And I can 1, 2, 3, cheese. All right. Good to go.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to hijack this next agenda item because this is the presentation of the TMCA Municipal Clerk's Office Achievement of Excellence Award, and that goes to our very own City Secretary's office. So tonight I'm proud to recognize our City Secretary's office for receiving this prestigious Achievement of Excellence Award from the Texas Municipal Clerks Association. This award honors excellence in the effective and efficient management of resources, professional standards, and civic engagement engagement within a city secretary's office. It reflects both Vicky's and Samantha's outstanding dedication to serving our community, supporting our elected officials and staff, and upholding compliance with local, state, and federal standards. This recognition places our city among an elite group of municipalities across Texas and reinforces the vital role that our city secretary's office plays in promoting transparency, accountability, and excellence in public service. Please join me in congratulating Vicki and Samantha for this well-deserved honor.
One, two, three, cheese. And there we go.
Thank you. Thank y'all.
Yes. All right, one, two, three, cheese. All right, got you.
Omar.
He's my support system.
Ready? One, two, three, cheese. There you go.
Okay, what is the next item on our agenda, please?
Next is going to be Agenda Item 4, public comment, and we have several people that have signed up to speak. The first being Randy Long, address 2263 Bryant Lane.
Welcome, Mr. Long.
Good evening. I am Randy Long. I live at 2263 Bryant Lane, and I've got to, before I even speak, I got to be honest with you, I almost didn't come tonight because, and do this because pretty much anything we say and do here this evening pales in comparison to what's going on in South Texas. It's unspeakable. I'm sorry. Up front, I am adamantly opposed to taxpayer-funded lobbying. Opposed on more than one level and for many reasons. At the top level, we elect and send men and women to Austin to represent us, citizens and taxpayers, in matters that concern us, impact us, and cost us. They are supposed to be there for the common good, not the good of some special interest. The reality is that the system has become broken and corrupt, with a major part of the blame laid at the feet of the lobbyists. Lobbyists are mere paid mercenaries with no real vested interest other than getting paid. We, the ordinary citizens, have no paid advocates other than those who are supposedly elected to advocate for us. Taking it to the local level, I have no interest in subsidizing someone who has no vested or tangible interest in me or my community, doing something that I believe can be done more effectively and without taxpayers' dollars, or at least fewer dollars. I am not only opposed to $70,000 being spent, but I am opposed to even $70 or $7. To put this in perspective, do I need to form a group of my neighbors to hire a lobbyist to advocate in front of you for neighborhood integrity, public safety, or effective ordinances? Additionally, I want to know specifically how my own representative and senator are performing on behalf of me and my community. I listened intently to the presentation by the lobbying group last month, expecting to hear at least one example of results or accomplishments, tangible or intangible, subjective or objective. Instead, I sat through a dog and pony show showing data and information readily available online and which I had already received from groups I follow. Coincidentally, the groups do a much better job of analysis and commentary. During the meeting, I also heard several references to a past elected official routinely going to Austin. Yet in 5 years of attending council meetings, I never once heard a report of accomplishments, results, or even efforts or content. Perhaps I'm too results-focused. There are several avenues and opportunities to pursue without paid lobbyists. Would a group of vested and voting citizens and business people carry more weight or a paid attorney lobbyist who is not vested and who does not vote? Would a strong coalition of small cities be more effective? Would a group including the mayor, a couple of council people, and a handful of citizens be more effective? We have to begin the process of shedding or at least leashing in the lobbying influence and costs at all levels. We need to get back to where elected officials do the jobs they are elected to do and represent all of us on a level playing field. Stop paying for something we can and should do ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Andrew Rowe, address 327 Hawks Drive.
Hi, Andrew Rowe, 327 Hawks Drive. We moved here about 4 years ago during COVID, and we thought this would be a pretty good place. You know, we felt comfortable, a lot of growth, a lot of potential, and it seemed like a very welcoming community. So, you know, we subscribed to the Rockwall County emergency alerts. We got the alert on Saturday saying McClendon and Chisholm is going to do a relief effort. They're collecting all the kinds of tools and cleaning supplies. So my wife and I, we went to Ace, we bought a bunch of stuff, and I took it over to them today. So I said, oh, yeah, I don't mind the drive, it's 20 minutes. So I'm talking to the mayor, McNeil, and Fire Chief Simmons, and I asked them, I said, you know, what kind of other coordination, what other firehouses are doing anything? And he asked where I was from. I said, I'm from Fate. And I'm sorry that you're not gonna be able to respond to this because it's not an agenda item. And I understand the rules, and I know that several of you are very new. And so one of the things that he said is that, well, we have to go to city council. We have to approve this. Public Works has to approve it. And it seemed like, you know, we're a small town with a lot of red tape. We don't need to be that big. We need to be big with our effort to help. And, you know, that I looked it up. I mean, common sense means we should be able to send a guy or a truck or some stuff from here. And when he said that it wasn't being done because it had to be through an approval, I thought there might be something on the agenda meeting tonight, or the agenda for tonight. It's not. It's in the invocation, it's in the previous speaker. So to sum up, Texas Code 418.111 and 418.117 means when an emergency declaration happens, we can help no matter what, at any time. We can drop what we're doing and just send them what they need. And you can send people to help drive stuff that's collected here over to MC so that they can deliver it out to Kerr, Bandera, and Real County. Everything is affected right there. So I'm hoping that in the future, we would look at that as this is a learning experience and that probably do something different next time. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Zachary Timko, address 1116 Decker Drive.
Council, wish I didn't have to come after such somber things. Some of this might be secondary that you've heard it, but I wanted it to be on public comment for anybody who wanted to see and for everybody to hear who might not have heard it. The folks here, I serve on the MDD board for the last couple of years, and I just wanted to say how proud I am of the work that everybody did on that board, of being able to serve with the council members past and present, board members past and present, getting to see the inner workings of the city, getting to meet some amazing people. You saw some of them get awarded tonight for the work that they do. Some of those brilliant people I've ever met. Matt, the economic director, Alan, who I've served with, who's here. Again, I made a joke to a few of the council members who's running for the MDD. Seeing me go against him is like walking in against the 96 Bulls, because he's a fantastic person, an amazingly smart man. No matter what happens, I am so proud to be a member of this community. I've lived here almost 8 years, to do whatever I could to better it. I know that I also wanted to say how proud I am of the turnout of people this time, as opposed to last time I went out for the MDD, who want to be a part of the city, who want to have a voice, who want to talk to you and tell them what themselves and their neighbors want done to make this city as safe, as fruitful, and the best place to live possible. So thank you for all you do. Thank you for all of the people that are here that care. And I look forward to all of the things they do, no matter whether I'm sitting on a board or watching you from the seats behind me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Emma Jean Smith, address 428 Nature Point Court, wishes to speak on agenda item 6C.
Good evening, how are you?
Welcome. Thank you.
Great. I just have a brief little thing I would like to discuss.
Can you please speak right into that mic? If you need to move it, I think it'll move.
I just want to speak on this development that's coming into Fate, and some of the information by researching, some things are not accurate. And I have a problem with all the development that wants to go in. I have no problem with development coming in, but I do have a problem with people not being honest. We done did research on this here, some of the things that they put down at the company that's, is inaccurate. The application was not filled out appropriately, didn't have no signature. We live in a community that people are taking advantage of us. My husband and I right now is facing a company that came in doing work, said they're plumbers, and then they're not. But to make a long story short, this has to cease as far as I'm concerned. We live here. We pay taxes. And when developers come in, I also think that these developers need to pay half of some of the infrastructure that's going on, because that costs us money. We don't need no tax increase. We don't need none of that. We want to keep it small like it is. So when people comes in and they wants to apply for development and saying that they already have the property and they do not, if you start off being dishonest, you're going to continue on. So this is the only thing I wanted to speak on with that, and I hope that things will change, and I do not agree for them to come in because you're not being honest. And I want honesty and integrity. Everybody around here, we live in this community. We want honesty, integrity, and that's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Alan Robbins, address 309 Amos Court.
Welcome.
Thank you. Alan Robbins, 309 Amos Court. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd like to ask for next year's budget thing is to consider adding West Black Oak and CB Davidson to the impact fee list. As Lafayette Crossing and Project Cactus starts to kick off, there's a connection to the old town of Fate, and those two roads should probably be upgraded and eligible for impact fee reimbursements or developer contributions to make those happen. So appreciate your all's consideration of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sharon Tooley, address 171 Chamberlain Drive, wishes to speak on agenda item 6E.
Good evening. So on item 6C, my issues are many, and I've spoken
I'm sorry,
about this-
Sharon, we have you down for 6E.
Oh, 6E?
Yes,
So I
6C will
misstated.
be during the public hearing.
Okay, so 6E, gotcha.
Yes, ma'am.
6E, so what I want to do is draw your attention to, everybody's been talking about local control. You are local control. We're counting on you to make decisions for local control. So the item on the agenda is referring to when people are in our ETJ and doing an ordinance to protect me, all these people, so that if they decide to be removed, we're not going to have to provide services to them anymore. That should be on no one's back to do that. So let fate take ordinances and use local control. That will shift the burden to the county. We all pay county taxes. Let the county deal with that. but I urge you to keep local control here tonight and approve that matter. That's all I got.
Thank you very much.
Next will be Karen Kaiser, address 1093 North Churchill, wishes to speak on agenda item 6A.
Good evening, Karen Kaiser, 1093 North Churchill. I prefer to live stream. I never miss a meeting, but appointment night I come out, this time not to say, please appoint me, but exciting that 26 applicants altogether. I think it's awesome, and I wish them all well. In going through those applicants, because I am that nerd, I watch the videos, it startled me that the spouse of an elected was on that list. So then I went to the nepotism ordinance, and it's not precluded by our ordinance. Texas state law, it says only paid positions. Everywhere else I've lived, nepotism does extend to the important appointments to city boards, MDD, P&Z, always. I've never had it not have a nepotism clause. The town I moved from, as many of you may know, the mayor was judicially removed from office, and what ultimately hung him was he appointed his first cousin to the Planning and Zoning Board. And he used that influence to get the roads he wanted paved. So there's no paycheck, but there certainly is influence. And I can think of 3 reasons why I would really encourage you to, as the year goes on, look at the nepotism ordinance and consider adding, we can be more restrictive than state law, consider adding a component just for appointments to these city boards that you're going to be doing tonight. There's many other ways to serve your city while your mother, father, wife, husband, brother, while your immediate family member is not as an elected official. And I can think of 3 big reasons why I think it's a bad look for the city of Fate. We don't have a shortage of people. You have 26 people that apply. But I don't think there's anyone without some bias when they're dealing with their own immediate family. I think, too, if that becomes the norm, if we set a precedent, and everybody's family members want to do the same, I think you won't have 26 people, regular citizens, applying again, because it's going to have a chilling effect, I think, on people thinking that it's fair for them to get involved if they're not married to one of y'all or your child or your mother or something. And third, one might say, well, then just recuse yourself if this time your spouse or your parent is coming. And I think that's a really bad option, because then y'all aren't doing the job you were elected to do to the city of Fate. Your power of appointment is you're the only ones that have it, Mayor, Council. And besides legislating, I don't think it's proper to be put in a position where you may have to recuse yourself. It just sullies the whole process. And it's certainly not in violation of anything this evening, but just because you legally can do something and not violate an ordinance doesn't make it right. But I hope it does become an ordinance going forward. If you'll check with neighboring cities, I haven't read Rockwall's. I've just never lived anywhere where nepotism didn't apply to appointments to the key city boards, and I think it should apply in Fate as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
The remaining speakers have asked to speak on agenda item 6D, which is a posted public hearing item, so we'll hear their comments during that public hearing. And that's all I have for that item.
Okay, thank you. So what's our next item on the agenda, please?
Next will be agenda item 5, consent agenda.
Okay, council, any thoughts on this? Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We can begin voting, please. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, guys. Next item, please, Ms. Vicky.
Okay, next we're going to move to agenda item 6A, which is the annual board and commission appointments. So I'm just going to give a little review of the process thus far for the folks at home or the folks in the audience. We advertised vacancies and accepted applications for 4 weeks. And then the council held a meet and greet today at 5 p.m. to interview board and commission applicants that were able to make it. We had a few that were unable to make it for one reason or another. And then Planning and Zoning Commission applicants also completed pre-recorded interviews, and those links were also included in the agenda packet item. And so the order of events for tonight is I'll give a brief overview of the number of openings for each board and then the number of applications received. And then we'll accept nominations for every board except for Parks Board. If the council chose to do so, you could go into executive session to discuss board appointments. That is completely your prerogative. That is a part of our appointment policy. Staff does not have any opinion one way or the other if you should do that. I'm not recommending that. I'm not recommending that. Just it's there if you want it. And then we will vote on nominations in alphabetical order, and that's by last name. And so each council member is allowed to cast as many votes as there are vacancies. So we'll use P&Z, for example. There are 4 vacancies on P&Z, so each council member is allowed to vote a total of 4 times for that. And so once an applicant has received a majority vote from the council, then a nomination is secured. If a nomination is not secured, then there may be several rounds of voting. But we will walk you through that process. So as long as we don't rush the process, it will be great.
Okay, thank you very much for that overview. At this time, council is going to recess into executive session to discuss appointments, and we'll reconvene at a time when we finish with that.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Okay, it is now 7 o'clock. Oh, perfect timing. We are coming back into meeting after we recessed into executive session. So just to go back over to make sure everybody understands, we are going to, in just a moment, not right now, open the floor to nominations, and we'll go in agenda order. So we'll start with planning and zoning, then we'll work on the MDD, then parks, then the Zoning Board of Adjustment. And we'll gather nominations, vote on those nominations. That will be a hand vote, am I correct on that?
That is correct.
Okay, a hand vote on that. And should, I don't know if we discussed this, but just so everybody understands the process, should we not find in the first round 4 votes for the individual applicants, you will, what happens after that?
You can discuss amongst yourself, if we don't have a majority vote, you can discuss amongst yourselves if you want to, lobby for or against someone. And then we'll have a second round of votes. If we
Okay.
have a second round of votes, usually it starts kind of working itself out to where we'll start to get majority vote from there. But we will basically keep having rounds of votes until those vacancies we've received secured a nomination for the number of vacant positions. We spit it out.
Okay.
Sorry.
Perfect. Clear as mud, everybody?
Yes.
All right, so here we go. Let's, so I guess we'll officially open it up. Our first item on the agenda now is, do you
Yes.
want to go ahead and read that off to us?
Yes, so agenda item 6A1, which is to discuss appointing 4 members to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So just a little brief overview. We have 4 positions that are open. We received 15 applications. 2 people have withdrawn, and just for the record, that one is Steve Hovman, and the other one is George Digwa. So that leaves a total of 13 applicants.
Okay. So we will, why don't we just open up nominations? We'll go down the line if we're good with that.
How many nominations are we allowed to make? I know we can only vote for 4, but 4 nominations total?
You can nominate as many as you want.
Gotcha.
There is no limit on nominations, only the number of votes.
Well, I'm good at that. Okay. I would like to nominate to P&Z, right? Brett Bushnell, Brandon Clayton, Lorna Grove, Teresa Horton, Joseph Newberry, and Joseph Seamus.
Six. Did I?
I thought it was 5. Was that 6? Well, then that was 6.
Yep, I have.
We're off to a great start.
I have Brett Bushnell, Brandon Clayton, Lorna Grove, Teresa Horton, Joseph Newberry, and Joseph Seamus.
You're right, that is 6. Yep.
Okay.
I guess it's my turn. I will nominate, because she's already taken most of them off the list here, Patty Stern and Joe Rosen.
Okay, I'll reserve my nominations for the end. Mr. Kelly?
Thanks. I would nominate Sami Hussein.
Mr. Manival?
Just looking to see who's left. Come back to me.
Okay.
Give me 1 second here. I'm not ready to order yet.
Mr. Hatley?
I'll nominate John Rosen. Oh, is he, oh, he's already on there? Okay. Come back to me, I guess.
Okay, Ms. Huffman?
I don't have any additional nominations.
All right, so Mr. Manival?
I had no additional nominations. No additional nominations.
Okay, and Mr. Hatley, you said come back to you?
No additional nominations.
Okay, and as such, I have no additional nominations as well.
Okay. So the order in which we will vote first will be Brett Bushnell. I'm just going to say this out loud so that we can write it down, and then we can do the votes, okay? Brett Bushnell, Brandon Clayton, Lorna Grove, Teresa Horton, Samu Hossain, Joseph Newberry, Joe Rosen. John. I'm so sorry. Joseph Seamus and Patty Stern.
And Vicki, just to confirm, I'm sorry, we can vote for up to 4 people, so that'll be a total of 28 votes collectively as a maximum.
That is correct.
And if we have 29 votes, as has been known to happen, we have a problem.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is everybody ready?
I ask that when you vote, if you could hold your hand in the air, because I'm going to mark you off just to make sure that nobody is overvoting. Hopefully I'll catch it. Okay. Or undervoting. Okay, first will be Brett Bushnell. Okay. Next will be Brandon Clayton. Okay, Jen, Kelly, and Hatley. Next will be Lorna Grove. Okay. Next will be Teresa Horton. Okay. Next is Samu Hossain. 1. Next is Joseph Newberry. 2. Next is John Rosen. 1.
2.
Oh, excuse me, 2. Next is Joseph Seamus. And last is Patty Stern. Perfect. Okay, that's a total of 28. So total of 28 votes, we did it. Okay, so in that round of votes, Brett Bushnell, Lorna Grove, and Teresa Horton secured nominations. Okay, so for the second round of voting, we still have one more vacant position. So for the second round of voting, we will vote on the remaining individuals. So the first vote will be Brandon Clayton. This time you get one vote, because there's only one vacant seat left. So you get one vote.
Are these in order of the number of votes they received the last time, or is it still in alphabetical
This
order?
is still in alphabetical order.
Okay.
Okay, and, yeah, okay.
Okay, so Brandon Clayton. Okay. Samu Hossein. Okay.
Can you tell us how many each one was? What was the one before and this one?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell us what the vote count was? Because I wasn't looking up for the two.
Mr. Clayton received 4 votes, which is enough to secure the nominations, but we're going to go ahead and go through the process, okay? And then Hossein was 0. And then Joseph Newberry, 1. John Rosen, 0. Joseph Seamus, 0. And Patty Stern, 2. Okay, Brandon Clayton received 4 votes, and that is enough to secure the nomination. So during that process, Brett Bushnell, Lorna Grove, Teresa Horton, and Brandon Clayton secured nominations. So to approve the resolution, we would need a motion to approve that resolution appointing those people.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
to approve, to appoint Brett Bushnell, Brandon Clayton, Lorna Grove, and Teresa Horton to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
Okay, since we have a motion and a second, we can begin voting, please. Okay, the resolution passes 7-0. Congratulations to the new members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Okay, next item, please.
All right, next we will move to agenda item 6A2, which is to consider appointments to the Fate Municipal Development District Number 1 Board of Directors. And just a little overview, we have 3 open positions. One of those open positions is for a council class member that is only able to be held by a council member. And we have received 14 applications. We did have 1 person that withdrew, which is, was reported last time, which is George Digwa.
Okay.
I couldn't, sorry.
Okay, so we'll nominate. Oh,
I would start with the council class.
okay.
You know, I'm not sure, I know that Mr. Manival wants to be reappointed, but I'm not sure if there was anybody else that wanted to put their name in the hat.
That's a good idea. So we'll start with the council member that would be put on this board. Do I have any nominations for that individual?
I nominate Rick Manival.
I'll second.
Okay. Any other nominations? Okay. So do we just hold on to that, or do we want to go ahead and?
He secured
well,
the nomination, so now we can move on to the 2 vacant positions for citizen appointees.
Okay, so we'll start at the other end. Ms. Huffman, do you want to lead us off in nominations for the MDD?
So I nominate, I give 2 names, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cynthia Ferris and Zachary Timko.
Okay, Mr. Hatley? I'm sorry, Ms. Huffman, was that your conclusion? Those 2? Okay, yeah, well, no, you can have as many. You can nominate.
And Alan Robbins.
Okay. Mr. Hatley?
I'll nominate Samoon Hussein.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Manival?
Okay, I'll nominate Joseph Newberry, John Rosen, and Joseph Seamus.
I don't think, so for clarification, can somebody be nominated even if it's not in their first or second choice?
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Good question.
Mr. Kelly, okay.
I nominate Emily Camacho.
Ms. Chin?
I would like to nominate Emma Jean Smith.
Okay. And I have no further nominations at this time.
Thank you to my assistant for putting these in the alphabetical order up here. So the order for voting will be in alphabetical order by last name. Emily Camacho, Cynthia Ferris, Samu Hossein, Joseph Newberry, Alan Robbins, John Rosen, Joseph Seamus, Emma Jean Smith, and Zachary Timko. Now, there are 2 vacant positions, so you get 2 votes this time. Okay, so for Emily Camacho, 2. Cynthia Ferris, 1, 2, 3, 4. Samu Hossein, 0. Joseph Newberry, 0. Alan Robbins, 1, 2, 3, 4. John Rosen, 0. Joseph Seamus, 0. Emma Jean Smith, 0. And Zachary Timko, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
How many do you have?
We have 2 positions.
For Zach.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there were 4 votes for Timko. We have a total of 14 votes.
Oh, I may have, but not voted twice, I only voted once.
No, we have a total of 14 votes. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3 people that secured nominations. So in this circumstance, we will have to do a revote. So we can only have 2 that would secure a nomination.
Okay. So let's proceed with that. We'll go
Okay.
back and look at the tape tomorrow.
Do what?
No, they've got the 14 votes.
Yeah. So do you do like a playoff round for the 3, the top 3?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll start with voting for Cynthia Ferris.
Can you tell us who the 3 are real quick, just so we're clear?
Cynthia Ferris, Alan Robbins, and Zachary Timko. You still get 2 votes. Okay, Cynthia Ferris. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 votes. Alan Robbins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes. Zachary Timko. 1, 2, 3. So Cynthia Ferris and Alan Robbins secured the nominations. So the approval of the resolution, we would need a motion to approve the resolution appointing Councilmember Rick Manival along with Cynthia Ferris and Alan Robbins to the MDD board.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll put a motion that we pass, that we add Cynthia Ferris, Alan Robbins, and Zachary Temko to the MDD board.
No,
Is that correct?
no, it's
Oh, I'm sorry,
Rick
Rick
Manival,
Manival.
Cynthia Ferris.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ferris
Sorry
and
about
Alan
that.
Robbins.
I looked at the wrong list. Rick Manival, Cynthia Ferris, and Alan Robbins to the MDD board.
Good.
I'll second the nomination.
Okay, let's vote, please. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Congratulations to our new members of the MDD.
And could I just say, we do have an MDD meeting tomorrow night. I will follow up with an email.
Okay, next item, please.
Next will be agenda item 6A3, which is board and commission appointments to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. There are 3 vacancies. We received 12 applications and 1 withdrawal, that being of Steve Huffman. So that leaves 11 applicants.
Okay, I will now open up nominations. Ms. Chen, we'll start with you.
I'd like to nominate Philip Grove to the Parks Board. Nebu, and I apologize, I don't know how to say your last name. Okay. And Greg Railwolf.
Okay. Mr. Harper?
I'm good.
Mr. Kelly?
I would like to nominate Imogene Smith.
Okay, Mr. Manival?
I'd like to nominate Zachary Timko and Patty Stern and Joseph Seamus.
Okay, Mr. Hatley?
Okay, if I'm looking at my right list this time, I'd like to nominate Joseph Newberry.
All right, Ms. Huffman?
I'd like to nominate Samu Hussein.
Okay, and I have no additional nominations.
Okay, so the voting order will go Lorna Grove. I'm sorry, Philip Grove. I'm so sorry. Nebu Kurikos, is that right? Yes, okay. Hang on just 1 minute. I'm sorry, my assistant messed that up. Okay, so Philip Grove, and then followed by Samu Hossein, and then Nebu Kurikos, Joseph Newberry, Greg Railwolf, Joseph Seamus, Imogene Smith, Patty Stern, and Zachary Timko. Okay, 3 open positions. You each get 3 votes. And we will start with Philip Grove. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Samu Hussein. 1. Nabu Kurikos. 1. Joseph Newberry. 0. Greg Wolf. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Joseph Seamus. 0. Imogene Smith. 1. Patty Stern. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zachary Timko. 2. We're missing 1. Did someone intentionally not vote? If so, that's...
That was mine. I was making notes on our last one. I was a Timko.
You were a Timko. So 3 for Timko.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We have 21. We have 6 for Grove, 1 for Hossein, 1 for Kurikos, 0 for Newberry, 5 for Wolf, 0 for Seamus, 1 for Smith, 4 for Stern, and 3 for Timko. So based on that, Lorna Grove. I'm so sorry.
Only one at a time.
Philip Grove, Greg Wolf, and Patty Stern secured the nominations.
Okay. Do I have a motion on this slate of appointments?
I make a motion that we pass resolution number R-2025-048, appointing Philip Grove, Greg Wolf, and Patty Stern to the Parks Board.
Second.
Okay, do I have a second? All right. We have a motion and a second. Begin voting, please. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Congratulations to the new members of our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Okay, next item, please.
Next will be agenda item 6A4, which is appointments to the Zoning Board of Adjustment, also known as the ZBA. And we have 4 open positions, and we received 3 applications.
Okay, we'll begin accepting, or we'll start with accepting nominations. And Ms. Huffman, we'll start on your end, please.
I nominate Linda Border, John Rosen, and Leonard Michael Smith.
Linda Bordner.
Okay, Mr. Hatley?
I have no one else to nominate from the list.
Mr. Manival?
I would nominate Zachary Timko and, I'm sorry, John Rosen. Oh, Joseph Seamus.
Okay, Mr. Kelly? Mr. Harper?
I nominate Emma Jean Smith.
And Ms. Chin?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, I have no further nominations as well. And so this is, are we going to do the three members, and then how are we going to differentiate between the three members and the one alternate? Or are they all on there and then that's decided later?
So, I would consider the alternate separate. I would consider the alternate separate than the three regular members. The alternate still comes if there are trainings, but they're only subbed in the absence of an official member, but still a very important role.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you're waiting on me. So the order will be Linda Bordner, John Rosen, Joseph Seamus, Emma Jean Smith, is that all? Zachary Timko.
And
Leonard,
Leonard.
I'm so sorry, and Leonard Smith, excuse me.
There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so first will be Linda Bordner.
These
Yes.
are, we're doing the three, this is part of the three that will be on the board, and then we'll do the alternate separate?
That is correct.
Okay.
2 for Linda Bordner, okay. John Rosen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Joseph Seamus, 1, 2. Emma Jean Smith, 1, 2, 3. Leonard Smith, 2. Zachary Timko, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are 1 vote short. We had 2 for Bordner, 6 for Rosen, 2 for Seamus, 3 for Emma Smith, 2 for Leonard Smith, and 5 for Zachary Timko. So that's a total of 20.
Did we each get 4 votes or 3 votes on this?
3.
3.
So we've got
2 of
yeah,
the
somebody
3.
didn't know who voted twice, which is no big deal. We've got 2 of the 3, so why don't we just go to a third round, or a second round for the third seat?
Okay.
Where everybody gets 1 vote, is that fair?
Yes, John Rosen and Zach Timko secured the nomination. Okay, next round. Linda Bordner, 1. Joseph Seamus, 3. Emma Jean Smith, 2. Leonard Smith, Okay, we'll have to do another revote. Nobody got a majority. Okay, let's try it again. Linda Bordner. 0. Joseph Seamus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Emma Smith. 2. And Leonard Smith. 0. Okay. Joseph Seamus secured the nomination. So that is John Rosen, Zachary Timko, and Joseph Seamus. And then for the alternate member.
Okay. Okay, so can you read everybody who's left before we
Yes.
begin voting on this one?
Yes. So now we have Linda, before we vote, just reading it aloud. Linda Bordner. Imogene Smith. Leonard Smith.
Okay.
Are you ready to vote? Okay.
Any questions?
All right. Linda Bordner. 1. Imogene Smith. 3. Leonard Smith. 3. We still don't have a majority. So let's drop the lowest one out and just vote on the Smiths. Okay. So first will be Imogene Smith. 3. And Leonard Smith. 1, 2, 3, 4. So Leonard Smith is the alternate. So just for recap, John Rosen, Zach Timko, Joseph Seamus, and Leonard Smith as an alternate.
Okay. Do we have a nomination for this resolution?
I'll make a motion.
Or a motion? Yeah.
I'll make a motion, we appoint Josh Rosen, Zach Timko, and Joseph Seamus to the ZBA with Leonard Smith being appointed as an alternate.
I second.
Okay, we can begin voting, please. All right, it passes 7-0. Congratulations to the new members of the ZBA. Thank you. Okay, and thank you to everybody who gave time and filled out the online application, did a video. It is a humbling thing to see so many people interested in FATE and serving their community. Okay, we're going to take a quick recess. Can we do about a 5-minute recess? Let everybody kind of reset.
Absolutely.
So we'll reconvene at 7:45.
Thank you.
We will come back into council at 7:49 PM. What's next on our agenda, please?
Next will be Agenda Item 6B, which is discussion of changes to the Capital Impact Advisory Committee and Senate Bill 1883, passed in the 89th regular session of the Texas Legislature. So I'll give a little brief overview, and then Jennifer will be here for my backup if you have legal questions. But basically, Senate Bill 1883 passed and goes into effect on September 1, which makes changes to our, what we call the CIAC. And so those changes are, we now have to have at least 50% of the members of the CIAC being representatives of the real estate, development, or building industries, and they cannot be employees of the city. And then also, cities may no longer use the existing Planning and Zoning Commission as the CIAC, which is what we have done in the past, is we've used the Planning and Zoning Commission as the CIAC, and then we have one ad hoc member. So the proposed timeline for this is we could start seeking applications for the CIAC with a focus on looking for Fate residents who meet those requirements and that are representatives of the building industry. Accept those applications for a couple of weeks and then let the council make appointments at the August 4th meeting. And this would ensure that we are in regulation in time of the effective date. And then also it would allow us to hold our CIAC meeting in late August, which is on schedule for they meet twice a year. So that's what I have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or discussion from council? I think that, so correct me if I'm wrong, this is just largely letting us know what's going on and what to expect in terms of its timeline?
That is correct, and to let you ask any questions if you needed legal questions about the changes. If you have heartburn with the timeline, please let me know and we can change it.
All right.
Just one question. What happens if we don't get enough qualified applicants for the job?
Well, historically, we've had 7 members on P&Z and then 1 ad hoc member. That makes 8 members. The way that the law is written, we have to have at least 5 members on the CIAC. So surely we can get 5 qualified applicants. If we...
Oh, okay.
Correct,
I was
yes.
going to say, if it was like 5
Yeah,
from the
50%,
industry-
yeah. So
okay.
if it's 5 members, 3 would have to be building reps. Make sense?
Okay, thank you very much. Any other discussion or questions? All right, what's our next item, please?
Next is Agenda Item 6C, and this is a proposed development agreement for a single-family subdivision known as Sundale Heights. First will be your staff summary, followed by the applicant presentation, and then 3 will be considering Resolution R 2025-050, approving the development agreement.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ryan Wells. I'm the Director of Planning and Development Services here at the City of Fate. So tonight, I'm going to give a very brief presentation and overview of a proposed development agreement that is for a project that will come in the next item as a planned development zoning change request. This development agreement was created by the applicant and proposed to the city in response to a previous item that was denied by council. And this is a portion of the response of the developer to address some of the concerns that council brought up in their denial of their original application. So earlier this year, under project file number ZR25002, the Sundale Heights zoning change request from agriculture to R2 went through P&Z with a slim recommendation for approval and a vote of denial by council of 6-1. Following that denial, the applicant reached out to staff, determined what they needed to do to be able to resubmit an application, and advised by the appropriate elements of the Unified Development Ordinance, I gave them the guidance on what they needed to do to resubmit. In their resubmittal, which both parts are before you tonight, they submitted a new zoning request as a plan development, as well as separately a development agreement to establish certain standards for the proposal should it be approved. So that was specifically in response to concerns about the design standards and the design quality of the project. So this development agreement, which I will be very explicit, is separate from the plan development. They are not explicitly tied to one another. Approval or denial of the development agreement does not obligate you to make a similar vote on the PD. They are to be considered and voted on separately. However, the development agreement before you has two major elements. One is to establish higher project design standards with regard to the residential homes within the development. And then there's also a reimbursement agreement proposal to facilitate the construction of some pedestrian access from the development and adjacent neighborhoods to Joe Berger Park along Greenbriar Road. Again, here's the location. This is probably familiar to some of you. It's a project that is located on the north side of Greenbriar, just adjacent to the first two phases of Reserve at Chamberlain Crossing, and on the north side of Greenbriar Road from Chamberlain Crossing development. So the two elements of the development agreement, again, one is to establish elevated design standards, which are listed in the exhibit of the development agreement. But in short, those design standards encompass building materials, which are not allowed by state law to be incorporated into a plan development, but are permitted through a separate private contract in the form of a development agreement. There are also elements of the garage door design regulation, roof design materials, energy efficiency, lighting, stormwater, design of and construction of the amenity center, variation of facades within the development, and also some landscaping requirements. And again, those are explicitly listed in detail in the exhibit to the development agreement. Secondly, there are proposed reimbursement agreement for trail improvement as shown on the image to the right. So they would be required to build, if the PD were approved and all subsequent steps of the project were accepted and approved, they would be required to build an 8-foot trail along the frontage of their property, depicted by the kind of orangish yellow line on the south side of that property. As part of this development agreement, they would also consent to building an extension of that 8-foot trail along the frontage of Reserve at Chamberlain Crossing to connect basically the new neighborhood plus the existing neighborhood to Joe Berger Park. The city would then reimburse them for that extra effort through park fees. And this particular connection is identified as a priority trail gap in the Sidewalk and Trails Connectivity Plan, which was adopted by Council last September. So again, there's two elements, the design standards and the reimbursement agreement for trail improvements. That is a short summary of the development agreement, which again is in your packet in full. I believe that the applicant is here to answer questions on the development agreement, but they're going to reserve their time for presentation for the plan development. That's the next item on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and this is just an order of operations thing, right?
Yep.
I would probably suggest we move voting on the development agreement until after we discuss the plan development, the actual development.
Sure.
Just because they're both contingent, and I would hate to approve one and not approve the other. I think these go hand in hand, and we need to understand the development piece first. Is that a fair ask?
Just from an order standpoint, sometimes we've done development agreements first because that essentially, that approval comes first, just because, not necessarily that you're going to approve the development, but that essentially if the development were to pass, that contract essentially is in place before the zoning's awarded.
Yeah, we're just following precedent as far as the order.
I understand, but with the PD zoning that we're asked to do next, they can't do anything till there's a PD agreement in place anyway.
That's correct.
So I would rather probably address the development part first. I understand there's precedent, but again, I don't want to approve a contract and then turn around and potentially make a different decision. So that's my ask.
So the presiding officer can certainly reorganize the agenda and consider D next, if you would like.
Okay, yeah, let's, we'll look at that.
Okay. So agenda item 6D is an application for approval of a zoning change request from agriculture to planned development. And this is case ZR 25-007. This will have a staff summary, applicant presentation, public hearing, and we do have some citizens that have signed up to speak, followed by consider ordinance 2025-022.
Okay, Mr. Mayor and Council, this is the staff presentation for the actual zoning change request for a planned development for a project known as Sundale Heights. Project ID ZR 25007. So as I mentioned previously, this project initially came before you, MPNZ, but ultimately before you as a straight zoning request, which means they were requesting a change simply of the zoning designation from agriculture to R2, which is a single-family residential zoning district. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 4-2, and then the council denied the application 6-1. In response, they wanted to modify their application to respond specifically to council comments and council concerns. And so if you look at Article 2 of the Fate Unified Development Ordinance, there are provisions therein that state that the administrator, in this case the Planning and Development Director, may determine that the resubmitted application corrects any deficiencies identified in the original application. And so that would allow them to resubmit their application within the 1 year's time, which otherwise they wouldn't be able to resubmit if it were the exact same application with no modification. However, my determination for this resubmittal was based on the fact that I found that the application addressed city council concerns related to design standards in the development agreement, which we just talked about, as well as questions about the traffic study and the drainage study. So that's why this application is once again before you within that year period of time. So tonight, the consideration is as follows. This is a proposed zoning change from agriculture to planned development, which again, the project is called Sundale Heights. This will be a proposal for 98 single-family homes. The zoning change that was before you last time, well, before some of you, forgive me, was for a 102-unit subdivision. The base zoning district would still be R2 as far as a number of the bulk standards, as far as setbacks and whatnot. But there are some additional restrictions in the planned development that are more explicit and more specific than what a straight zoning change would allow. For example, there are required lot dimensions of 50 by 100 foot minimums. There's a lot area minimum of 5,000 square feet. As you may recall, the discussion at the last council meeting was a concern that the R2 does allow for a 4,000 square foot minimum lot size. And so to mitigate that, they have within the PD a 5,000 square foot minimum lot size. The lot coverage is 50%. There's height maximum and gross and net density as you see in the slide. Again, here's the location on the north side of Greenbriar, adjacent to the first two phases of Reserve at Chamberlain Crossing. Here's an overview of the development. You can see a number of single-family homes within a looped residential street network with an amenity center on the slide right, but it's actually on the north end of the project. So the property consists of 3 total lots, totaling 19.88 acres. It's located on Greenbriar Road, directly west of North Churchill Drive, currently zoned agriculture, and it has 2 houses and a family farm on the property. So for a zoning request, there are 3 criteria listed in the Fate Unified Development Ordinance, Article 2, that staff evaluate when determining what their recommendation is for the proposal. First is whether the proposal aligns with the comprehensive plan and other adopted plans. In the 2021 Forward Fate Comprehensive Plan, this property was designated as suburban neighborhood, of which planned development is a representative zoning district, and single-family use is a representative use for that place type in the comp plan. The second criterion is considering the character of the surrounding neighborhood. This property is surrounded by single-family subdivisions. To the north is Reserve at Chamberlain 3. To the east, immediately abutting the east side of the property, is Reserve at Chamberlain phases 1 and 2, with relatively similar lot sizes within that development. To the south is Chamberlain Crossing, and to the west is Reserve at Chamberlain Crossing 4, once you get past a couple of large lot agricultural properties that have not developed. With this zoning request, we sent out public notices. We published this notice in the newspaper as is required by state law and local code, as well as mailed all of the public notices to properties within 200 feet of the subject property. That resulted in us sending 80 mailed notices to the adjacent properties. As of this evening, we received 3 responses. All 3 of those responses, written responses, were against the proposal. The overarching concerns stated within the proposal were that there were existing issues with bad drivers and bad traffic in general. Concerns that Churchill and Robinson were used as cut-throughs to Blackland, and so tying into the existing stub on Stewart would potentially worsen that. There was concern that Greenbriar is not safe for pedestrians, and so additional development would worsen that. And then there's observations that 18-wheelers are using Greenbriar. There's also concerns about staffing at DPS and their ability to patrol and enforce speed on Greenbriar Road. As with most zoning cases, we did run a fiscal analysis, and I will preface this that the fiscal analysis is educational and contextual. We do not base our recommendation, nor would I recommend you base any of your votes on the outcome of the fiscal analysis. We're basically trying to understand and educate our community on the fiscal consequences of the land use decisions that we're making. So for this project, the year one contribution to the city is about $92,000, and the proportionate cost to serve is about $59,000. Over 40 years, the gain loss with roads is about loss of $1.8 million, with an annual loss of about $47,000. This is very common with single-family residential development. The revenue to cost ratio is 1.56, which means without considering roads, you'd actually make $1.56 on taxes and revenues for every dollar you spend on it. However, when you consider the depreciative and maintenance costs for the road, you're down to 0.66 to 1, so it's a negative. And then the private to public ratio is 12.1 to 1 for 42 years to repay the public investment. Because we're surrounded by other residential developments, we wanted to take a look at the comparison, and I won't bore you with all the details, but in short, there's a kind of comparison between the proposed project and the adjacent phases of Reserve at Chamberlain Crossing. Essentially, from a revenue to cost ratio with roads comparison, Reserve at phases 1, 2, and 3 all perform slightly worse than this proposal would. The private to public ratio, again, are slightly less for Reserve, and then the estimated years to repay public liabilities are significantly higher, which means that if we took all the property taxes from those projects, put them toward replacing of the road, that's how long it would take for us in collecting those property taxes in order to repay the road costs. So that is just to say that pretty much all single-family residential development does not pay for itself. That's why we want to holistically approve a variety of developments throughout the city. And once again, we're seeing that there is a fiscal component that is in the negative for this and just about any single-family development we'll see. Last month, the Planning and Zoning Commission evaluated the project, and in a 4-0 vote with 3 members absent, they recommended approval with conditions. There are 5 conditions of approval that are coming with that recommendation. Number 1 is that the plan development shall follow the development standards in the plan development exhibit, which is in your packet. Number 2 is that the development shall follow the recommendations of the TIA and drainage study, which have both been approved. Number 3 is if complications to the layout are found during civil plan review, which would be a subsequent administrative step should the zoning be approved. Amendments to the layout would be made to resolve those issues. Number 4 is in the development regulations table, there's a correction that updates the required open space to 16%. And then number 5, another correction that states that the base zoning is going to be residential suburban density 2. And then the permitted use would also include single-family residential and amenity center to make sure that all of those uses would be explicitly permitted. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council? Okay. Yeah. We'll wait on questions if we want to hear the applicant's presentation.
Very good.
Good evening, members of council. Good to see you all again. My name is William Solomon, president of SMK Capital 4512 Legacy Drive, Plano, Texas. Just to go through a quick background, I think we've done this before, and we did this at P&Z. We're a development-focused real estate firm. We own property in about 20 different states across the country. We do a lot of development land, horizontal, vertical construction, and triple net property leasing as well. This property, as Ryan mentioned, 98 single-family homes, 5,000 square feet, minimum lot size, 50-foot minimum fronts. Here is a rendering, as we've talked about, obviously brick fronts, as we've talked about in the development agreement, better material, higher use material that's more consistent with what the community is looking to strive and achieve for in terms of owned homes in the property. Average 350 to 450,000 a unit, target for 2,000-ish square feet, common amenity and facility including a pool, and like I said, working to be as architecturally compatible with the area for new construction as possible. Here's a couple of quick renderings. I think maybe this is new from our last meeting, but got a proposed 3,500 square foot clubhouse and pool in the back for residents to have as a common amenity. We've had 2 DRC meetings that we had originally. We've been very, quite frankly, just amazed and thankful for staff and their feedback, comments, council as well, in meeting with us and providing commentary as we look at this. As mentioned, planning and zoning the first time we approved on April 17th. We did it as a planned development for approval on June the 12th. Sort of in sum with this, 98 single-family homes, as we've talked about. We're very proud to be here. We're looking at additional property in the area as well for both commercial and single-family use as well, and just want to really kind of fit in where we can as a developer in a community. So that is it's what I have, and would welcome any questions should anybody have it.
Okay, thank you.
Do we want to go ahead and do the public?
Yeah. At this time, we'll hear from the public, and we'll reserve council questions for after that process.
Okay.
So,
The first person that signed up to speak is Amanda Archer Domley, address 118 Cameron Drive.
So just to clarify, Mayor, you're opening the public hearing? Is that correct?
yes. Yes, ma'am. Here at 8:11, we'll open the public hearing.
Hi, I'm Amanda Archer Domley at 118 Cameron Drive. I don't have too many concerns on the sizes of the houses, but in light of what we're seeing down in South Texas, I think I was made aware when the hunts came through that there was a 100-year floodplain that runs along this creek somewhere. And so have we thought about that the fact that we're cramming more houses onto an area that potentially has flood zoning? I just thought that this was something that we really need to take into consideration, besides the fact that the road itself is not able to handle what we have. And we already have retention ponds going down through there, so we're adding more on top of those retention ponds. How much more runoff are we gonna get? These kind of look like they might be 0-lot house lines, and I might be wrong with that, but I was just kind of doing a calculation. It might be 0.176 acres per home, if I did my calculation right. So just some things I thought I would bring up. Plus the Stewart Lane that's over in the reserves at Chamberlain Crossing ends in a pond. So have we thought about like what that's going to cause an impact to the land as well? Because we could potentially have sinking that comes in that later the city's going to have to fix these roads. So just some things that I thought we might need to bring up. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Sharon Tooley, address 171 Chamberlain.
Okay, I'm back. This time I'm going to talk about this. Sharon Tooley, 171 Chamberlain Drive. I'm completely opposed to this project for numerous reasons, but one is the same thing that Amanda just spoke about. Chamberlain Crossing suffered significant damage from flooding to the whole front of the development. By putting in 0-lot homes, you're creating a surface that's going to create damage through runoff. So think about that. They're also going to put homes on top of an area where there's a retention pond inside. and they'll put homes on top of that. That's risky business. Some of the more delicate items, I spoke at great length at the zoning, the P&Z meeting, and the paperwork that was submitted has so many problems, but I want to share, there's one in particular that I think is absolutely critical. And if you look at the plan that they did, called Plan Development Sundale Heights, in this document dated the 13th of May, 2025, that is after the day that 3 of you came on to council. In this rendering, they have misstated who was representing this city at the time. We've had problems with people complaining about transparency and did you make a deal? Well, they're putting the names of Alan Robbins, Lance Massey, and the former mayor, David Billings, on this document as part of their development. That's a material misstatement of fact, among other things. There have been numerous issues raised with the documents they filed. At the last council meeting, when you heard from the representative, Mr. Solomon, he indicated to you that they had already purchased all the property. That is untrue. They did not purchase all the property. They had only purchased 2 of those plats since June 17th. On that day, it was confirmed they had not purchased the 3rd property. I raise question in that you have to have a signed agreement to represent people and come and speak. There's nothing signed by Fate Greenbriar LLC authorizing anyone to speak on their behalf. Having said those things, you need to take that into consideration, because if we allow people to come and represent themselves to us and we need to hold them accountable, a lot of people are going to look through these documents, and when you start searching online, words are intentionally misspelled. Summa Monde capital is now SMK. That's a lot of transition in the short time that we've been considering this project. I'm not comfortable with that. The other issue surrounds traffic. Traffic is a huge concern. There's only 2 ways to get in and out of that property. We don't have a DPS site on the south side of town yet. So what happens if there's a fire by their main entrance that's dedicated to them? The only way they can get in is cutting all the way through Chamberlain Reserves, coming in the other side entry. I don't know if that meets the standard for response time. That would be up to the chief to tell you that. I don't know. But I think you need to think about that, because the fact to have safety for the residents is critical.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next will be Karen Kaiser, address 1093 North Churchill.
Good evening again, Karen Kaiser, 1093 North Churchill. Should this be approved tonight, I guess my main request as someone who lives along that road would be do whatever you can to facilitate the people whose fences are going to back up to all this construction and all these homes, be a part of something. It's certainly not apartments like what Williamsburg has lived. Residential seems the right thing for this area, but I can't even imagine having that all going on right behind it, our fence lines, which are falling over into farmland. And I don't know if that's a Lennar issue or the farmer's issue. I just keep buying bags of sand and putting it on my fence posts. But there's going to be a dramatic effect on all the people living on North Churchill. And I would just ask that you be mindful of that. If there's a way it can be a part of your development agreement, I don't know. But I think in the past, long before I lived here, that hasn't happened. I knew I would not have sheep for neighbors forever, but they are delightful right now. I heard a little bit about the path, and Phase 1 and 2 of the reserve at Chamberlain Crossing is its own little cut-off animal. We don't have the pool, we don't have nature trail. Those of us that live there kind of were the people that wanted to not be near the pool, not be near the hubbub, and I appreciate that. But the thought of this entire neighborhood now flowing into reserve at Chamberlain Crossing is a bit daunting, and I understand the stub road is there for that purpose. My neighbor brought up the point that stub road heads to a pond, and I have had thoughts of, I think we're the lowland, and when this development starts, of just suddenly having flooding problems, water problems that I have none right now. So I guess, again, I come back to the same point. If you just be exceedingly mindful of all of us that live where this is going to be literally in our backyard. And I'm more concerned about the impact on Greenbriar than I am about the nature trail. Truly, very narrow. There's often issues with the sign company at the end there when they have a big rig truck. And we've been spoiled now by the enhanced Greenbriar with turn lanes and sidewalks. And I'd hope that whomever develops this 20-acre parcel, and there's probably another 30 or more acres between this subject parcel tonight and the sign company, could they all chip in to widening Greenbriar? Because it's going to have to happen. It needs just what happened. Greenbriar on the way to 551 needs to happen. Greenbriar, Joe Berger Park to the sign company. I think, not tomorrow, but it seems appropriate that whoever gets the privilege to develop that land would contribute towards the ultimate enhancement of that road. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
And I have nobody else that's signed up to speak.
Okay. We'll close the public hearing then at 8:21. Okay, so next we will have discussion. So, Mr. Kelly, would you like to start us off with a discussion?
Sure, and first off, I want to thank the applicant for bringing this back in as a planned development. I think that alleviates some of the concerns I had before in terms of dialing in what's actually going to be done as opposed to having the property just zoned by right, which is a whole different issue with the way it was done. So thank you for doing that. But the other concern I had at the time is still, in my mind, a very valid concern, and it is one that's we just can't address, and I don't know the answer to it, and that's unfortunate. But we're talking about building another 100 houses here. We've got the property next door to it that at some point is going to be marketable for the same type use. So we're probably talking about over that another few to 200 to 300 homes potentially in that space if we stay with the same plan. To date, there are no plans to widen 551. The county's talking about it, the state's talking about it. We saw some pretty pictures last month, but we don't have, the money's not there, the plans aren't there, and there's not a timeline. The county talks about 2027 as an optimistic start point, but the reality is it's just not there. So what we're doing in this situation is we've got a road situation on the south side of town, 551 and 30, that is, by every traffic study I've seen, is, you know, at peak points, it's not operating at the way it's supposed to. And all this does is throw gas on that fire. And so I'm not suggesting any type of moratorium, but when we're talking about really the densest housing model that we want to on a piece of property like this, it's throwing all the gas we can in on a fire that we've got. So my concern really is, you know, I'm not a fan of the 50-foot lots. I think we can do better, but I understand that it fits with the area. I understand it's going to be housing at some point, but doing it now before there's a plan on 551 to allow that to go in is just, it's exasperating a situation that we've got that's just, we've got no inline for it to get better. So that's kind of my thoughts as far as the proposal. Again, I appreciate what what the applicant did in terms of bringing this back in a PD format, but the bigger situation, for me, is going to be traffic. And we've still got a number of houses that are coming in at Edgewater, the later phases of Edgewater, that's going to throw a few hundred houses in already that are entitled. And we don't have relief points from Blackland in the timeline either. As part of the I-30 expansion, there's supposed to be a non-ramp to 30 from Blackland to get on both ways, but that's been delayed because of costs. So that's part of phase B of that expansion, which is literally just to take care of Blackland, and it's not on the timeline right now. So my issues are going to be 100% traffic related on this, and the problem is I just don't know what the end game is there, but I don't know how we can just keep throwing houses down in a situation that has no timeline on getting better.
Okay, Ms. Chen?
I was wondering if Ryan could speak to some of the public comments regarding the flooding issues, runoff, and things of that nature.
Of course, yes. So the statement or question was correct that there is 100-year floodplain on the project. There is no development proposed within the 100-year floodplain. Our flood requirements state that you have to make sure that the 100-year floodplain is studied, meaning that you have the base flood elevation in the ultimate developed condition, and that needs to be contained within a floodplain easement, plus a 10-foot buffer on each side. So what they would be required to incorporate in their plat is all of the 100-year floodplain plus a 10-foot buffer would be within a floodplain easement. That would be a no-go zone. You wouldn't be touching that. So that's, again, a 1 in 100, well, essentially you have a 1% chance of that kind of flood happening in any given calendar year. That's what a 100-year floodplain is. So that's as far as the floodplain element. As far as the other concerns about drainage and flooding on the localized level, this is the first stage of entitling a project, but I want to remind you that you have the plat process, you have a civil plan designed by a licensed civil engineer that represents us, and she's a drainage expert. I mean, we make sure that all of those elements are thoroughly vetted, and that the design would make sure to mitigate flooding issues. I will make a clarification that these aren't zero lot line houses. These all have setbacks subject to the R2 standards, so there's no cramming of large lots. It also has in the PD a 50% coverage maximum, so you're not even going to get there really. But so it's not going to be just a bunch of houses, side by side. But the subsequent stages, which are administrative in nature, but very technical and very high standards being met, would all, I believe, mitigate those flooding concerns that were mentioned.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harper.
Yes, sir. My concerns go along with Mr. Kelly's as well, but he did not mention we also have entitlement of many townhomes on the south side as well. So there's already multiple more housing options that are going to be coming or are entitled to come, again, before this road is done. We right now do not, on Greenbriar, in that area, have any sidewalks. And I understand this one would add a small piece of the sidewalk, but that road is basically a blacktop into a bar ditch, so there's no safe passage down that road. And I would see that people transitioning back and forth between the neighborhoods, just trying to walk around, are going to have to walk down Greenbriar, and it's a very dangerous situation. But again, there's many entitlements already there, and I feel adding more to that would definitely burden the residents.
Okay, thank you. Other thoughts from council or questions, comments? Mr. Manival.
All right, I think I would go along with the comments that Scott made as far as traffic and what Mark said about traffic. This is going to add to traffic, additional traffic in what the county seems to have deemed the #1 area for widening and improving, and that's still years off from being done. I guess I sort of feel like when it comes to these projects that are going to have to be done by the state, the cities become constituents of the state, because we want these roads done, and it feels to me like the developers become kind of constituents to the state also, because you don't live in this county or this town, but what happens with those roads affects you, the developer. The other issue, we got an email with a lot of information from Sharon Tooley, and she sent it to 7 of us, and I decided, I hope this won't shock you, I didn't keep it under my hat. I went ahead and sent it to the city manager because I didn't think I could figure out all of those items. So hope you're glad to know I trust you, Michael. So I sent it to Michael, and I don't know I don't know how important those discrepancies and mistakes are. I don't know if Michael could address them, or if Ryan had any chance to look at them.
May I? So,
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I received the email, and they reflect concerns that were raised by Mrs. Tooley at the Planning and Zoning Commission and at the prior round of review earlier this year. When we receive an application, we do vet to a certain degree the accuracy of the applicant, the property owners and whatnot. And we understood through our many correspondences with the applicant that SMK, Sumermon Capital, SMK is just an acronym of that, and Fate Greenbriar Road LLC, they have a relationship, and it's very common for developers to develop an LLC to own property that's separate from the actual entity that might develop it. It's just the way that they do their holding of properties. So nothing related to that caused me any concern. The other question about the enabling, well, there was actually 2 questions. One was whether Fate Greenbriar Road was appropriately represented. Our finding was that William Solomon is the president of that company, so he can go ahead and represent that company without an explicit piece of paper that says so. But also that the one other property that was owned separate from Fate Greenbriar Road LLC, that's already still owned by the previous owners, they did submit a letter of authorization. So in our mind, and as we reviewed the application, all of the properties are appropriately invested and authorized to be represented by Mr. Solomon and his team for this entitlement application. The rest of the details, as far as like a date on an application form, yes, we would love to have a date, but they're also time-stamped when we receive them, so I wasn't too concerned about some of those very minor details. It's about the essence of the application, make sure there's nothing that's going to be a fatal flaw, but the rest of the items on the list were not anything that concerned us.
Okay, other thoughts?
I've got the same thoughts as everybody else. Traffic, infrastructure. I don't believe we have it enough to, traffic congestion. I get out, I'm a homebody. I live pretty close to there, and going down Greenbriar 1 or 2 times a month early in the morning, I see people heading to work, and you can see the panic on their faces. I'm not going to make it. And, that's something that's kind of inevitable with the way the roads are. But I know it's going to put some strain on roads, definitely the police department. I'm kind of curious, as you drop the amount of houses from 102 to 98, is there a particular number per acre that they're aiming for?
Well, there is a specific density in the PD, but I can tell you that the reason that those houses were changed was that because it raised the minimum lot size to 5,000 square feet, there was one lot that was less than that, so they had to basically remove that and make other lots bigger. And then we required a mid-block pedestrian crossing to make sure that it met our connectivity standards, and so they had to lose a couple lots for that too. So that's why it changed from 102 to 98, is because they revised their plan to more specifically meet our standards.
Are they concerned that there's only 2 entrances and exits out of the?
That's a pretty common. if you look at a lot of other developments, especially ones of about 100 homes, that meets fire standards, that meets your 2 access point requirement for developments like that. So
But those are more minimum standards, aren't they? I mean, you can go above
Well,
the
sure,
minimums.
yeah, those are minimum standards.
Yeah.
You could have, you can have a number of more access points if conditions allow for it. for
Yeah,
sure.
I think Mrs. Tooley brought up a really good point about the fire department being able to get in there, and we don't even know the size of the, a lot of this stuff yet, but that's pretty much all the questions I had.
Okay. Mr. Harper, you're next. Oh, Ms. Huffman?
So I feel very similarly about the traffic concerns, and we've received some feedback from residents that they're concerned about the additional development in that area. I do appreciate your effort to redesign and improve the facade and improve the overall look of the property. But also the water, the images that I saw, you're overlaying current, what looks like current water area.
Are you talking about floodplain?
Yes.
Okay.
And, I mean, beyond what has happened this past weekend, I mean, I grew up in a house that was in a 100-year floodplain that probably flooded 10 times in a 30-year period. So it's a real concern, and I'm not familiar with what extent you go to. You described study and requirements, but it looks like they're using some of the space that currently has water, so that just concerns me.
Sure, yeah. So the way that we decided would be an appropriate mitigation is, one, they have to do a drainage study, and that's reviewed by our city engineer. Any of the recommendations that comes out of that would have to be folded into the subsequent stages of the development. So if the floodplain changes in size or dimensions, that would be what's established on the plat, and if that affects the location and number of homes, then they would have to adjust their plat, which is the document that creates the subdivision, to respond to those changes. So the two technical documents, the TIA and the drainage study, are reviewed administratively. The drainage study looks at the floodplain and establishes what the boundary of that floodplain is, that 100-year floodplain, based on FEMA standards and local code. And then the TIA looks at what the impact of the traffic is going to be on the local system. The two main mitigations in the TIA, I want to make sure that you all are aware of, is one is dedication of adequate right-of-way, so that when the Greenbriar Road does develop in the future, they wouldn't have to go acquire right-of-way from that property. It wouldn't make sense for them to just widen that one little section and go up and down. That's unsafe. And then also a recommendation for a traffic signal at 551 in Greenbriar. We talked about this. So every project that comes in this area, that's subject to text warrants. That is basically based on number of accidents, amount of traffic that goes through that point at certain times of the day. And so we have very limited control over when that actually would occur.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harper?
Well, I just would like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we deny ordinance number 0-2025-022 with prejudice.
I
second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion
Okay.
before we vote?
Just for the record, I heard Mr. Hatley before I heard Cody, so that'll be my second on the minutes.
Okay, thank you. All right, begin voting, please. This is a motion to deny with prejudice. All right, the motion passes 7-0. Next agenda item, please.
Okay, do we need to go back to agenda item 6C? Yes, okay. We'll move back to agenda item 6C, which is the development agreement for Sundale Heights.
I make a motion that we deny resolution number 2025-041, authorizing, I'm sorry, yeah, is that right? Which one are we on? D.
C.
Okay. I'm on the wrong one, hold on. Okay, R 2025-050 with prejudice.
I second.
Okay, motion and second has been made. Any discussion? All right, please vote. All right, the motion passes. Thank you. Next agenda item, please.
Next is agenda item 6E, which is discuss, consider, and take any action regarding the removal of all city services from properties exiting the ETJ.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harper?
Yes, sir. Council and who may concern, Cody and I put this on the agenda, and there was a couple of things we wanted to talk about, and we just really want to understand some of our options. As we know, the state of Texas has taken away a lot of our ability to manage our ETJ. They're allowing people to leave our ETJ, and I'm just wondering from the city attorney and some of the others, what does it mean if we want to remove services from those who leave our ETJ?
So Mayor and Council, depending on where the property is, so I'm speaking in generalities, not regarding any specific property, but if a property owner petitions to remove themselves from the ETJ, and by the way, we are participating in a lawsuit because we think that's not constitutional. So I just want to clarify that nobody, that we don't agree that you can remove yourself in that way.
Correct.
But so everything I say after that is based on that. But assuming somebody is able to remove themselves from the ETJ and assuming that law is constitutional, certainly the city could decide to at any point in your ETJ, you could decide not to provide services, and that's with a certain caveat. So for instance, we have an interlocal agreement for fire protection services with the county. I believe that expires sometime soon. I can get the exact date. And so certainly we could amend that interlocal agreement or not enter into that interlocal agreement for properties that are not in our ETJ. And I'm gonna let Michael speak to some of that. I understand that interlocal agreement also, we serve some people, so it's kind of an exchange of services. So there's some financial implications to that. And I can stop and let him answer the fire thing first, or I can keep going down the other services, whichever you prefer.
Keep going.
Okay. We provide water and sewer services pursuant to a CCN, which is a Certificate of Convenience and Necessity that we get from the state. And so once you have a CCN over a certain property, you must serve those properties. And so, but the city can go to and remove property from their CCN, and we could do that. That can be it's a process that costs money, and so I would suggest that if the council wanted to remove any land from its CCN outside the city, outside of, that you remove, reduce your CCN borders about a lot property, not just do it as people try to remove themselves. If you don't have a CCN over a property, then others can come in and serve. Other entities can come in and serve, and sometimes, sometimes, and especially in certain areas, cities are not happy with the services that are provided in areas bordering their city by other water corporations, and so that can have, whether it's short-term or long-term problems. Some cities view those as being problematic when you give up your CCN. That's obviously a policy decision, not a legal decision. And then as far as police services, I don't know that we have any kind of interlocal agreement regarding those. And those are the four services I can think of, though I'm sure there are more. So I'm going to turn it over to Michael for some of the policy considerations and also to talk about that interlocal agreement for fire.
See, we opt for optional trash service. Most people don't want our. Yeah, most people don't want our trash service because it's generally more expensive than the trash service they're getting. But yeah, we can talk a little bit about dynamics. Essentially, right now there's some subsidy as far as the fire service. Probably, I think Chief's done a great job in trying to kind of nick down our territory to where we've got essentially just folks within our little box of fate. We've got Royce City taking care of our Collin County ETJ for us. And of course, we all voted for that to allow them to form their district, so we'll see how that works. We have one little piece of Royce City city limits, which is kind of odd, but they can't get to it. So there's nobody there, it's just a farm field. So really, it's fairly short. We've got, I think last year we ran some numbers. Our annual subsidy is down to about $60,000 that as far as what we look at their call volume and so forth. So it's pretty low, right? It's low because nobody lives there. And so if the area were to develop, that changes everything. So I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but right now it's not that big a deal. It's almost like if someone were to leave the ETJ, of course, we would tell them they can't because we don't believe the law is constitutional. We're fighting that lawsuit. It'll go on. But if someone does leave the ETJ, we've also got an ordinance that, I don't know if we ever adopted that ordinance. I mean, we might have adopted it. We've not enforced it. But we've got an ordinance, I think we did adopt it, that says if you leave the ETJ, it's a development action, and we can annex you because you violated, if you've got a 212 agreement, which is a non-development agreement, you've just violated your, we basically say, hey, you just violated your contract. We know what you're about to do. You're about to sell it to a home developer. So really, it's almost like there's two situations. Is if people leave, but they don't necessarily develop, does that really injure us? If they develop, now you've got all these people out there, and they don't know any different. They don't know if it's a pit or a mud. It's generally going to be a mud, because now we can't do anything to block the mud. So you've got a mud in the ETJ. You've got all these folks expecting fire and police service. They don't realize they're in the county, et cetera, et cetera. So there's some, I think we want to essentially say to the development community, like, and to the property owners, please don't leave the ETJ. We have different things that we can do to make it very, very difficult for you. Like, if you want city services, come talk to the city. Like, if you want to be in the city, let's talk about how that happens. Don't just leave and expect that you're going to be able to sell your property and that people are going to have water and sewer and fire protection and all these things and not actually pay for it.
And-
Yeah, so,
I'm sorry, I just looked up that agreement, and the interlocal agreement for fire services expires September 30th.
okay. So I want to try to put this in a little bit more of a layman's term. So right now, if someone leaves our ETJ and they sell to a developer, that developer could potentially build, let's say, 10,000 apartments abutting our city. And because they're abutting our city, we would have to provide them fire, police, water, at no cost to them. It's on the backs of our citizens. So my point with this is we shouldn't do that. I mean, hey, if you're in the ETJ now and you're there, you're great, right? We provide you services. But if you choose to not follow what we think is constitutional and try to pull out, then you really have you shouldn't get anything from the city, because we provide that to you now because you agreed not to build on your property. So that's the reason I bring this forward is, doing something like this would provide us with a tool, to make it make someone not want to go down that path of building 10,000 apartments with no fire or police coverage.
Yeah, what he said. Seriously, I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me that we would require our taxpayers to burden non-taxpayers that aren't paying into the system. So I'm down for whatever it is that we can do to deter people from leaving the ETJ and forcing our citizens to foot the bill for all the things that they need.
Okay, thank you. Martha?
So would the reality be that services would still be provided them? Is there some obligation from the DPS to, it's almost like emergency rooms at hospitals. They can't turn down somebody who's, got a severe injury.
It changes it would, should that happen, and I think the county's trying to figure this out. The county's actually on our side trying to figure all these things out and trying to keep growth where it makes sense to have growth. But it would, because right now we have kind of an auto aid sort of system to where we all come to each other's help. We all help each other no matter where the fire, and it takes a lot of people to fight a fire, as we know. I know someone mentioned the apartment fire, but that took a lot of people to get that under control. So it definitely would change. It would change things and change our relationships, and we would do our best to have a unified, we still want to have a unified system to where we still all want to help each other, but at the same time, we can't just let folks freeload off the cities too. And that's what's starting to happen in other places. and it's going to be a bigger and bigger problem. And then I know the county's talked about forming a fire district, but people have to vote a tax. The way that works, they have to vote a tax increase in, and so they have to be motivated to vote a tax increase in, and the way you motivate them is their insurance doubles because there's no fire protection. So you have to go through this horrible process to finally get people to the table. So hopefully we don't have to do that, and folks don't start building like crazy, and we win our lawsuit.
Okay, other discussion? Mr. Hatley? Mr. Manival?
You said something about our lawsuit. Do our attorneys know that we're contemplating this action?
Oh, so our firm handles that lawsuit. Yeah.
Sounds like you know then. Okay.
Mr. Kelly?
I think the only thing I would add to it, and I appreciate the conversation greatly because I think it's important, it's stuff that we talk about a couple of times behind closed doors and not in public enough, so I appreciate it being put on the agenda. I would suggest if we're going to do something, I wouldn't want to do anything for the resolution of the lawsuit, just because I don't want to pull our gun if we don't have to pull our gun. But I would also ask that probably city staff be prepared if that lawsuit comes down in a way that is not what we're hoping for. That I think we need to have an action plan pretty quick to get after it. I know we've already turned down at least one petition for removal from the ETJ and two. So I know there's interest in there, out there in terms of folks interested in leaving. So again, doing something now may be a little bit quick, but again, we need to have a plan in place to quickly act if and when the case is resolved.
Okay. Any other discussion? Mr. Harper?
Yep, that's actually what I was going to ask, is just the city prepare, or the staff prepare something, be ready, like Scott says, if this, this goes a different direction, that we can act on it quickly so that we can protect ourselves.
Yes, we're continually talking to people who want to develop both in and out of the city and in the ETJ, so we'll communicate that policy position, and then we're constantly looking at all these laws and trying to figure out kind of where we're going next. So I think we've got a pretty good idea, but we'll be ready no matter what happens. Do our best.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next item, please.
Next is Agenda Item 6F. This is a discussion on regulation of short-term rentals in Fate and the establishment of a hotel and occupancy tax.
All right, Mayor and Council, I'm going to keep this presentation brief because this is really just a discussion item bringing up to you, and your packet includes a more detailed informational memo that outlines some of the issues at play and some of the recommendations that staff has developed related to this issue. So this is a discussion on short-term rentals and the hotel occupancy tax, or hot tax, within the city of Fate. So we were discussing with the city manager's office, there were some observations that some single-family residences were being used as like Airbnbs. When I say that, I just mean short-term rentals, not rentals like, a month-to-month type of rental, but for very short periods of time. Our department decided we'd kind of look into it some more and start to evaluate what the issue is. So we did some somewhat informal web searching on Airbnb.com and as well as VRBO, and we found 15 existing single-family homes in Fate. There may be more. There may be through other means that we aren't aware of, but this is basically what we found. And because it's in our city and we don't have any current policies for regulation or registration of these particular uses, we thought we would start looking into what we could do, what might be advisable for us to do, if anything, just to get the conversation started with the city council. So we prepared a memo. Our senior planner did a lot of the research and prepared the memo outlining the current conditions and citing some recent court cases, some actually which came to resolution while we were writing the memo. And we want to thank Jennifer and her team for giving us some of the kind of legal guidance and some clarification on some of that stuff. And we also looked at some adjacent or nearby cities on what they do related to short-term rentals. So that memo is in your packet, again, just as a resource. And then somewhat related to that, because they kind of go hand in hand, we also wanted to include a discussion on the hotel occupancy tax, or the hot tax, because these short-term rentals would potentially be subject to that if they were registered and, part of our inventory, as well as there's been a lot of discussion about hotels coming into our community before too long. We want to make sure we have something on the books before we start seeing some of that come in. So in short, the recommendations that staff are provided in the memo and I bring to you tonight are related to short-term rentals. Again, those are commonly known as Airbnbs or VRBO. We recommend the creation of a short-term rental registration program. We already have a rental registration program on the books for single-family homes and apartments and everything that's a month-to-month rental, month-to-month rental. And so just creating a kind of adjacent short-term rental registration program, something that we already have the infrastructure for. We don't at this time recommend regulation of these uses. Again, this is ultimately your decision, but based on a couple of factors, we thought that might be a little bit too much of an overreach. One, there are no major issues that have arisen from this use in the city. The use is relatively sparse. There's only a handful of them in the city. There have been numerous instances of legal challenges when cities do try to overreach and create more robust regulations. There's recent case law that reiterates specific due diligence and justification that cities need to have in order to more heavily regulate these uses. And specifically from our memo, we state that copying another city's ordinance would not suffice for STR bans or restrictions to specific areas. And so whatever you guys decide to do, this would require development of and adoption of an ordinance at a future meeting. Again, the hot tax was another item in the memo. We are recommending a hot tax of 7%. This would apply to all short-term rentals, hotels, motels, anything that falls within that category. 7% is the state maximum. I don't know if I've seen any city that hasn't decided to go with 7%. I'm sure they're out there, but
There's some cities that have special legislation that have
right,
ridiculous rates.
Yeah. So we recommend 7%. And just to be aware that the hot tax collections will be limited to certain expenditures that promote tourism within the city, including advertising and promotions that attract tourists, promotion of the arts, historical restoration and preservation, and then sporting events that promote tourism. That's it for my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you may have, any guidance or direction you want to advise staff on. We'll be happy to follow up at a future meeting with more specific details.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? Mr. Kelly?
So the only question, I think it's all great. I think I might move forward with getting something back to us to get in place, especially on the hot tax. I think that makes a lot of sense to be prepared for what might come down the road. But my question would just be, as it will be with anything, how's the enforcement? And this may be a question for someone else, but how's the enforcement going to work on this? Because we already know we don't have all the long-term rentals in our community. How are we going to manage through ensuring that we're getting as much as possible? Are there going to be penalties for non-registration? Just, I really want to understand that as well, because the more we're doing, the more homes we're inspecting, that's just more resources needed. So we want to make sure we're doing it right. So I guess that would be my one question.
Yeah, as with the existing rental registration program, we partner with the building department and their inspections and their code team to make sure that all of that is up. And we'd work with Jennifer to make sure that there are provisions in the ordinance that specifically identify or acknowledge enforcement and fines or whatever would be appropriate for that use.
Mr. Harper?
I would think most of the HOAs prohibit short-term rentals in their communities. So the fact that, I know we have none, but the fact that I see some in some of these other communities where I know they probably aren't existing, how, I'm kind of like with Scott, how do you enforce that when they're not really supposed to be there anyway?
We don't enforce HOA.
No, I
provisions.
know that part of it.
Yeah.
But is this going to cause some sort of a rift between those short-term rentals in the city and then the neighborhood as well? So,
That's a really good question. And, as staff, we've been recognizing that we need to do a better job communicating with the HOAs on some issues. I mean, on some issues Public Works, and the building, they do a great job dealing with like acute issues, but policy issues and the relationship of the city HOAs, that's certainly something we can have a discussion with those HOAs about before maybe even bringing the policy, ordinance to you to make sure that we've covered those bases. But that's a really good point.
Other discussion or questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Next is 6G, discuss, consider, and take action, any necessary action regarding initial Fate Station Park design.
All right, Steven's going to do this one.
Well, it's been a great few months as we've started the design of the Fate Station Park. So I have some renderings that we're going to show you tonight. We did have an opportunity to show an initial, get some feedback from our Municipal Development District, who will be a heavy partner in funding this project. So we took some of that feedback, integrated into this. I want to kind of clarify what this is and what it isn't. These aren't final designs by any means. There's a lot of engineering that would have to go into kind of some of the utility work and such. So there are opportunities to continue to further refine this. The intent of this first one is really more of kind of a space layout, how this may lay out in the kind of space and the confinement that they have with the railroad and easements and such, and existing buildings and parking lots. So we'll go through that, but recognize that there's some next steps which we'll go through at the end. So this is not by any means done, ready to start construction. We got some more work to do if this is something that the council decides they want to proceed with. So here's kind of a high level overview of that park. Again, running along the railroad with some of the easements that take place there. So down here in the bottom left, so just for context, you have kind of your Hubbard Fate Station building, Red Dirt Social, the future Dark Ritual, and then Green Hill Dentistry. So that's just kind of orienting ourselves, as well as Sauce and Vine right here on the right. On the southwest corner of this design, you see what would be our food hall, kind of shipping container park. We'll show some better renderings as we go to kind of get into the park. Moving east, you'll have kind of some passive seating area, future trees, kind of shade. Then you'll go into the kind of large park, open space field with a amphitheater, or kind of a smaller stage, I should say. Moving into the playground that's already structured there, to some additional passive green space, adding some additional parking there in the top right. You'll also see the trail that's being connected, that's part of the Vila Web connection, which at some point will connect with Royce City and Rockwall, kind of along that railroad down into Lafayette Crossing. So this portion would be built out at the same time. So here's kind of your overview 3D layout, again showing kind of that food hall area up down here in the southwest, moving into the park, kind of outdoor stage, playground into the passive space. I'm going to continue to show renderings at any point, of course, feel free to stop. This is just another angle of that kind of same site. So kind of going down into the park itself, this is obviously a shot of the stage, as well as the field and some of your outdoor kind of seating, passive with this pedestrian kind of walkway. What wouldn't be shown right here is Sauce and Vine immediately to the right side of this photo, coming out directly onto this pedestrian pathway. This is just a shot of what the inside of that food area could look like. Again, these are just some brief renderings. We have not engaged with any potential users to kind of get specific needs, just giving you some ideas of what could happen in that food area with these kind of shipping container looks. And the colors as well, not finalized. As somebody said, we could ask 20 people and get 25 different opinions on what the colors should be. But we took kind of the first and kind of calmed it down into some more kind of neutral, timeless colors. And then the playground, which has already been constructed. In fact, some sidewalks are being poured in that park right now to connect to that, as well as the restrooms. So this is kind of looking out east. You'll see that kind of golf cart, bike, what would be bike parking, kind of up against the trail in the back right. The food trucks you see there, those are not what we would intend to be permanent. This would be somebody renting one for a party, maybe large events where we anticipate a lot more people than normal. We may bring in a couple extra. That is not the food truck area that we anticipate kind of in an ongoing basis. Any questions or any just kind of initial thoughts on the rendering, things you like, things maybe you felt like we're missing that you thought were going to be included in it? Again, recognize that with your blessing, and we'll talk through some of the logistics, we would engage with potential users, really dive into that food area more for needs and space. This is really to kind of give that overview and the layout of what that space might look like.
Mr. Harper?
Yeah, so, what's that? Oh, okay. My question is, when we build this, we're not going to allow people that rent in here to like erect structures along with so we go through this really nice design phase, we're not going to put up storage buildings and other things. If it doesn't fit their need, then it doesn't fit their need. Is that?
Yeah, correct. So we would get a final design on what that looks like. That would be something that we would all bless, and then we would finance it. Yeah, we wouldn't have a kind of a BYOSC, bring your own storage container, with you. Yeah, we would absolutely work that in design. They would lease from us.
Right.
This is the way we anticipate it.
Yeah, like I said, it seems like right now things pop up and buildings are being built and covers are being put up, and it just looks like.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, if we're going to spend a lot of money to build
Absolutely.
something nice, we don't want that to happen.
Yep.
Okay.
No, it's a good point.
No questions. I just had a comment. Big shocker. I really liked the color that y'all removed. Yeah, I like it, and I've seen, if you go to some of the other cities, they're kind of trendy, and they have lots of bright, vibrant colors, and it matches the mural downtown, It's my only little thoughts. Other than that, I think it's great, and I'm assuming, is that AstroTurf in front of the?
Yep, we
Okay,
did.
I like that. I know not everybody does because they think it's hot. I love the AstroTurf.
No,
so.
I appreciate you bringing that. That one did come up. I know Councilmember Harper brought that up.
Yeah,
And
he
and
didn't like
the heat is absolutely a thing now. And working with Park Hill and their urban designs, parks, one of the top things people are doing right now is taking out grass and putting in turf.
Yeah,
And it's mostly
agree.
because they want to be able to program, and if there's an event that night and it rains, they don't have to cancel it for mud.
Exactly.
So it does come with its downsides, but what cities that don't have it are leaning towards is that there's a lot more upsides with it,
Gotcha.
as well as no water and maintenance and all that.
Other comments? Mr. Kelly?
So, yeah, outside, we had the original park plan, Fate Station Park Plan, 5-6 years ago, whenever we started this project. Outside of the addition of the food trucks, how similar or different is this?
Let me have Steve come up and speak to that.
So actually, that's pretty much the only component that's different with this design. We maintain I guess you take that western or the eastern portion that's kind of dedicated just as the park area. So it has the play structure, the bathroom, some other amenities focused on parking, right? And the amphitheater actually was also in that master plan as well.
Right.
We weren't sure where it was going to go, but we knew that's what we wanted, so that concept stayed as well. So again, it's really just the food hall portion is the new part.
Okay, thank you. And so this, I know the rubber hadn't met the road yet, but if you're talking ballpark on costs, what, there it is, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then, you said we haven't engaged, but I know there have been some conversations with some potential users.
Yeah.
What's the general feedback been?
So and Matt, do you want to come kind of speak to that? I know Matt's had some in-depth conversations with some of the potential users.
The biggest feedback we've had is the exact same feedback I've had, which is trees are awesome for shade, but it's going to take 15 years for that tree to grow in so I can enjoy it, and I want to enjoy shade today. So a big part of, and umbrellas, they threw some umbrellas in there, but that's not exactly what I had in mind. So permanent shade structures. One of the things you cannot see from the angles they've provided is some of those boxes are open, and they're basically like, hey, you can sit in there and you're dry and you're warm, but in the summer it might be very, very hot. So there's some design elements that we need to dive into there. The other thing that I don't love about it is that it's enclosed and there's not a whole lot of view. You can't look in there. It's like a courtyard. So from Green Hill, you have to like get inside there to even see what's going on. And I want people to see it, right? We just put signs up at the food hall because we want to attract more people there. And so I don't want to shave it off that way. So again, ignore the specific design, but just look at the concept. So you've got the children's play area, you've got the entertainment in the middle, you got food hall on the west side. When we dive into design, we'll get in there, we'll meet with what we believe would be anchor tenants there, right? So foods that will not go out of style, maybe barbecue and or tacos, Mexican, probably some sort of beverage, alcohol user there, and we'll work with all of those to build exactly what we want. And the question earlier, the concept here is design the buildings for them, design the seating area for them, and then let them come in and they'll probably be responsible for some tenant improvements, just like you would with a building. So we're going to build the building. The tenants are going to come in and fit out the spaces. But we'll do that with the knowledge that we have. If we were starting from scratch and we had no experience with any operators, we wouldn't have a lot to work with. Today we have 6. We can go talk to all of them. We can get great feedback. Some are going to be a fit, some aren't going to be a fit, some are going to be interested, others won't. But we can go into the process as a partnership and design them the right way.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Other thoughts? Mr. Hatley?
It looks like there's a lot of enclosed places with roofs where people can stay out of the sun, because Smoketown actually put up that big awning, and it was kind of a game changer. I mean, there were people that, in lines up there, and I didn't eat there. I usually take it home. But are there going to be more, anything close to what they have already?
Yeah, so I think that's what I would love to see is, and you can see one of those structures here in this picture. Now this is on the east side. This is in the children's side. But if we could take that same thing and put it right in the middle of the food court, and then it's a big shared seating area, and it's open and it has covering. So if it's raining, if it's obviously if it's storming like it has been, no one's going to get out of their car anyway. So that's a challenge. But you should be able to sit, be dry, and be fairly comfortable.
Waiting on the food, waiting for them to get ready.
Call this maybe a 3 seasons type operation. I mean, or 3+ at the best you can do. At the end of the day, it is not a building. It's not an enclosed restaurant. It is a park with food operators in it.
The other thing too is we did have some initial conversations with Park Hill, and Park Hill was willing to do more updates to this rendering at this point, but we said let us show them this. We know there's going to be a lot more updates once we start talking to the users, and let's not have them redesign it too many times. They do charge us every time we do that. So we hear what you're saying. And I think we have many of the same opinions. Now the one thing they did mention is, considering it's outdoor use, there is going to be a prime time, and that's not going to be June, July. That'll be a time, but not a prime time. Prime time is going to be probably your late fall, kind of early winter, where people are sometimes seeking sunshine because they want a little bit of warmth while they're outside. The weather's good, but it's low 60s, and if it's completely shadowed, it's going to be a little chilly. So, and Matt kind of spoke to that. Some of these kind of pavilions, like you'll see in the middle, there's some where you have the ability to kind of slide it closed and get complete shade, and slide it open to get some sunlight. So we're going to look for that kind of flexibility, because as Matt said, our hope is to get them optimal seating in as many different weather times as we can. That's what we want to. That's good for us. Obviously, it allows us to adjust lease rates accordingly.
If people aren't there, it's not supporting economic development, so I'm not interested.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Matt.
Ms. Huffman?
So I guess I'm working off of watching Clyde Warren Park all the time. I say good job on the AstroTurf because they're constantly closing parts of the grassy areas, and it's a lot to maintain. But also they have this nice new fun fountain. I'm just looking long-term. That sort of northeast area that looks like a park, green space, maybe long-term you provide something kind of fountainy that brings kids to play there too, and you're going to have another draw. So just a thought.
We have had some conversations about Steve, or sorry, I was gonna like vaguely mention Steve. I'm gonna say Steve specifically. They do maintain our splash pad. We do have a plan, I think, future for Joe Berger potentially to have one. And here, I absolutely hear what you're saying is what it brings. We have seen, we've pictured kind of a different use for this downtown urban one where a lot of people are coming in and out of buildings and such, and not being the same splash pad. But they do bring a crowd, and people love them. We do have one with ultimately the plans to have a second one on the south side of Fate at some point.
Okay, other comments? Mr. Manival?
I know I mentioned this at the MDD. I just want to make sure every time I see this, I want to make sure we don't forget to make sure there's not going to be any static or problem with those big power lines and the outdoor stage.
Yep.
I don't know that business, but I just hate to turn it on one night and it just goes buzz.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
We did reach out to Park Hill, and they actually are working on a stage in a similar area. I have not heard back yet. They have reached out to an AV consultant to get confirmation on what that may entail, because that was a good point, and he actually appreciated you bringing that up because they hadn't considered that.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, so are you continuing with the what's next?
Let me just kind of go through,
Sure, please.
If there's no other comments, what's next? So as we kind of mentioned, the opinion of probable cost, $4.3 million for total design. That includes basically everything, including a healthy contingency and the thought that we won't construct for another year, so it adds some inflation. So they wanted to give us a number that we could truly work with moving forward. Now, we start engaging with specific tenants, and they say, well, what about this and what about that? That number can go up. You don't often engage in further design and have it go down. So they tried to put a healthy number in that they feel like we can work with, which includes some finishes on some of the shipping containers, includes a stage, includes a healthy kind of sound system and lighting system, all of that, $4.3 million, including a 20% contingency and a 12% escalator for inflation that may happen between now and construction. The other thing, and I know I'm mentioning some of the same, more shade, kind of the balance between the now shade and the natural shade that will come. That's something we're definitely working on. As far as the financing mechanism goes, we have had this conversation with council, and I believe even with this council, but just to confirm, there's been the conversation of do we do this incrementally or do we do it once? We don't have $4.3 million sitting in an account to do it now with cash without drawing down our kind of past our reserve. So if we were to do it at once, it would require a financing mechanism, which we have floated the idea of an MDD bond, which is a sales tax bond, no new taxes to residents. We use existing sales tax revenue to make the bond payment. We have one current MDD bond that will be paid off in the next couple years. And then this one would come, we'd have 1 year where they overlap together. Just so you know what that looks like if we were to bond for the full $4.3 million, which we don't anticipate doing because we do have some other cash that we will bring to the table. The cost of that, I have that number here, is about $364,000 a year in debt service. We currently have $150,000 a year in debt service in our MDD bond. Again, 1 year where they'd cross over, that $150 would fall off and a $364 would stay. Again, but that's with the assumption that we bond for the entire thing. We think we would be able to bring some cash to it. But we would need to know if that's something that y'all are at least comfortable with us exploring further with our financial advisors in order to be able to fund it all at once.
So I asked this before, and I just forgot the answer to the question because one or two things have happened since then. But if we're doing the MDD sales tax bond, what are our MDD sales tax revenues currently? per year?
Yep, we currently have, for this year's projection is $1.18 million a year. We have a proposed FY '26, so the next budget we
Is that, I'm
propose.
sorry, is that total revenue or is
Total,
that sales tax?
sorry, yep. Sales tax, we have some lease revenue, investment revenue, 1.34 million is the FY '25 projection, and Raju can speak to that. We have an FY '26 proposed budget that will be coming forward of 1.36.
And how much of that is sales tax versus?
1.2 million of sales tax.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And none of these, well, obviously all of our existing numbers don't have any of the Project Cactus money, which we anticipate adding significantly to our MDD. So we do have we'll actually bring this to our MDD board tomorrow night. We've looked at kind of a 5-year financial plan, which includes a sales tax bond of this. And we anticipate in fiscal year 27 and fiscal year 28, still adding to it with an annual surplus after expenses that we currently have.
So you said something that concerns me, that we're going to ask those who are going to be there to make changes to this. Is this, and this may have changed as well, but this was always supposed to be an incubator for people to move in here temporarily and then on to the next step of their, so why would we let them design what the buildings look like and raise the cost when ultimately we didn't want them to stick around? We want them to use it for what it is and then move on to a permanent structure.
Yep, no, I understand what you're saying. I think we do see this as a bridge, something different than the food hall as it exists on the Turner block, something a little more permanent than that. And to your point, and I actually appreciate the clarifying question because Matt's brought this up and said it very well. We don't know exactly what let's say we wanted to have a barbecue restaurant down there. None of us have run a barbecue restaurant. We don't know some of the details of what they would need. So what we would anticipate is designing and planning to construct something that if one barbecue joint left, another barbecue joint could come fill, and we still have the basic needs that they would have. Now, they may have some specific things that they would like, one tenant, and we haven't worked out the details, enter into some kind of cost share so that they're covering the cost of something more specific that they may have need of. But we need to engage with somebody to understand exactly what a barbecue restaurant would need. And then any barbecue restaurant hopefully could function in that space moving forward. Because even if we bring in one that we know and love, there's no saying that in a few years that they won't have outgrown that space too and be looking for something more. So we need to be prepared for future users.
Mr. Hatley.
You mentioned probably bringing in money from another source as well as the bond, the sales tax bond. Would that be coming from the Parks Fund, the MDD Fund,
Yeah.
General Fund, or
Yeah.
a combination of all three?
Yep, if you'll remember when we had our initial design, we brought our Parks Board to meet with us as well, and park fees will be a part of this. To what extent, we have to kind of, again, look at all of our different options, but we do anticipate bringing park fees as a cash source for this project.
Now, would the park fees be eligible to pay off the sales tax? Or I mean, probably not, but.
No, because, we would bond specifically against MDD sales tax.
Because anything, all the lease, the money we get off the leases have to go back into the park system.
Correct.
Okay.
What we've preliminary talked about is using that lease revenue to program the stage and pay for entertainment and things to keep that park.
Basic maintenance and upkeep.
Yeah.
Other thoughts, other discussion?
I just wanted to point out, the second point is determine the appropriate financing mechanism. So a sales tax bond isn't the only thing. So I've heard of a possible certificate of obligation. I don't know if that's something that could be done, where maybe it would be paid off quicker.
Yeah, I don't know if we can still do parks with COs. We could always we could always kind of float another park bond to the general public, but that would raise the tax rate.
There are firms that work with cities on more traditional financing, so they're not technically bonds, but you are pledging the sales tax in the same way. But they can sometimes have higher rates, sometimes have better rates. They don't have the reserve obligation, so a lot of bonds require a set of cash stuck in the reserve. So we're going to look at all those different mechanisms, and then y'all can decide what's best, along with the MDD.
Okay, thank you.
And then the grant you approved tonight in the consent agenda, we're targeting that for, at this moment, we're looking at that for Fate Station Park. So Fate Station also, as you saw, all those different elements in that park, it also is that trail, like Stephen mentioned, it's that trailhead. So there's the parking lot addition, there's trails in the park itself. It'll function completely, you know, for that intercity trail someday, but right now, just a local trail. So we think, you know, it's hard to get those funds, but we've been successful before, so we'll take a shot at several $100,000 in state funding.
Okay, other comments? Okay, so am I guessing right then that to determine the appropriate financing mechanism, that will come at another meeting when we have a little bit more specifics?
Yes, for sure on the specifics, but I guess understanding if there's any, if for some, there may be an appetite, no debt. We're going to build it as we go, we're going to only use cash. If that's the desire of the council, we need to know that too, because that changes. But if there's comfort level in building it at once and utilizing a debt kind of financing mechanism, then that allows us to proceed with a complete build commencing next summer.
If it was paid without the debt mechanism, how much longer are we looking at park completion versus if we did the 4.3 million?
I would guess 5 to 6 years,
Okay.
probably.
If you put 800,000 a year at it?
Yeah, I guess it depends if we bring
Escalation.
general fund money in, and there's obviously some money there, but if we stick with the MDD, we're looking, I mean, right now we're allocating $600,000 to the parking lot across the way. We don't think we'll use that, but that's what we budgeted. When that goes away, we'd probably start earmarking that type of funding, and over the period of 5 or 6 years.
At which point, that's 5 or 6 years where it looks like an unfinished park and everybody's asking questions and that sort of thing. Okay, good.
So the businesses, in the meetings we've had, to the businesses that are investing down there, if you ask them their appetite of being under construction for the next 5 to 6 years, it's very low. So they would love, part of them is investing in the vision that we have for this downtown, and they're excited to see it.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other thoughts?
Real quick, what would their leases look like? Are they 1-year leases, 5-year leases, 3-year leases?
We don't have those specifics by any means, but it would be a
Probably 3+.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Proceed, and then we'll bring, of course, the design contract to you when we get whatever that looks like, and then the financing mechanism, you'll be well aware of it before we do anything.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, Ms. Vicki, what's our next item, please?
All right, next will be item 6H, which is discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding resolution number R 2025-051, authorizing the submission of a grant application to FEMA for the SAFER program for funding to support fire department staffing.
Okay, Mr. Kovacs.
Okay, this is Chief and I. We're, Chief, come on up here and help me with this one. So we've looked at, we talked about staffing the South Fire Station. We've got 3 firefighters in our budget this year. We're actually, based on this grant, if you approve this resolution, we've actually had to already submit the grant, so it's kind of a ratification resolution. We could always call the agency and call it back. But the SAFER grant program is sponsored by FEMA. It is a staffing program. We're working on that split of the departments as part of our strategic plan that y'all put together to have more of a police and fire. We still have a couple of guys that are overlap, but we think we've got a pretty decent shot at an application. Of course, the more you ask for, the better you got. So staffing wise, Chief and I are looking at, we looked at some alternatives as far as if we're gonna build staffing levels of the fire department side of the house to be able to operate the South Station, beef up the current downtown station. It takes about 9 to 12 people when you factor in training time, vacations, et cetera, et cetera. So then we looked at, okay, cost breakdown. If we add 3 people this year with our own money, and then 3 people the year after, then 3 people the year after, and 3 people the year after, that kind of gets us to that 12. Assuming that pace, we may not be able to afford that pace, but that would be our ideal pace because we still have staffing for police issues that potentially we would need. Then we compared that. Omar and I did some math comparing that against the matching funds in the SAFER grant. we would get all 12 folks at once, which presents some logistical and culture issues, which we work with HR on and so forth. But that gives us, it's actually cheaper to get the grant, if we were able to get the grant, considering the match. And then it is a significant, it's several million in overall the next 4 years as far as payroll. But the federal program, if we're awarded, would be better than the phase-in program.
There you go. Any questions?
So
Thank you, Chief.
Tell us why 12 firefighters? It seems like a lot of people.
So a couple things that give a little bit more of a backstory, a little deeper why we're looking at the second station is for multiple things. One, we talked in here this evening about service on the south side, that we don't currently have. And we've talked for several years about the fire station on the south side that is getting closer and closer to happening now with our bond. But one of the struggles that we're having right now currently is, and not just that protection over there, but diversifying our crews into two actual crews, is we're about 25 calls a month. We're having duplicate, we're having a call while we're already running a call. And so that's the reason for diversifying our crews and apparatus. And then one of the things is that we look at also is what does it take for a fire crew to be adequate? So the FEMA loves acronyms. The SAFER acronym is staffing for adequate firefighting response, and so emergency response. And so that is, FEMA recommends that you staff 4 people on an apparatus to be an effective initial firefighting crew. And so then it was also mentioned this evening about the apartment fire that we had. Well, we had 11 cities that assisted us on that, and that probably wouldn't have changed even if we had 2 crews of 4 here, because that was a very large incident. But we look at cities that Rockwell's doing this now, the Garland, Mesquite, the cities that have multiple crews, that's what they're typically staffing, so that they can be a good response to enter and do rescue or firefighting on an initial basis, and then the other crews come and back them up.
And so, Chief, when you say 12 people, 24, that's not 12 people 24/7.
No, that's 4 people per day on that apparatus. And currently, we're staffing 3 today for 1 apparatus. And that's why we were looking at this escalating plan. And when Michael and I were talking about this, we're talking about to do this, to get 4 people per day for 2 apparatus. If we did 1 per shift, we're looking at 5 years to accomplish this. And so we started looking at the SAFER grant, and Omar did a lot of research on this and things like that. And so this meets the National Fire Protection Association standard of the 4 personnel. And so we're looking at that today and paying it later in a de-escalating bond that they pay the majority now, and then end up in 3 years, we end up paying that bill.
Yeah, it's a cash, but it's a declining, they essentially wean you off the grant system. So they've had prior grants where they paid a lot more, and then all of a sudden there was a hard stop, and then the city had all these costs to absorb, and it was usually several years later, and that caused a lot of problems both on the police and the fire side. So they've gone to this phasing, which is much better.
Okay, any comments, questions? Okay, do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve resolution number R 2025-051.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We may begin voting. Okay, motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next is item 7, Mayor, Council, and City Manager reports.
Okay, Ms. Chen, you want to start us off?
Sure. So yesterday, I had to drop off my 14-year-old son to a camp, and it's a meteorology camp, oddly enough. And so the stuff that happened in Central Texas has really just weighed really heavy on me and my family, because he's going to be gone all week, and I can't imagine getting that phone call from somebody at camp stating that my son is missing. Right before I came here today, I received a phone call from a citizen who lives here in Fate. She actually lives a street away from me. Some of y'all may know her. Her name is Brianne Kelly, and she runs an organization that searches for missing teens, whether they're runaways or sex trafficked or whatever the case may be. And she is working with her organization. She's also working directly with the Red Cross and the city governments that are down there on the ground. And I partnered with my church, Encounter Church, right here in Fate, and they are going to set up a time. I don't have all the details yet because I literally had this phone call about an hour before I got here. But I'm going to post about it going forward. But immediately, they are needing trailers, people with trucks, to help them go down there. They have some, but they need more. They're needing plastic bins. They need 1,200 pairs of socks. A lot of people don't realize that when, you go to a shelter, it's really wet outside, they lose everything. They need a lot of socks right now. Looking for chainsaws, chains, and the oil for those. Heavy-duty trash bags, shovels, gloves, dog and cat food, and bug spray. And she gave me permission to announce tonight her email address and her phone number, so I'm going to do that. But I'm also going to post about this later, but I just want to get that information out there to anybody who may want it, who wants to participate. Her name is Brianne Kelly. It's BRIANNE, Kelly, KELL, 2020@gmail.com. And her cell phone number, if you want to text her directly and you have a donation you'd like to make, 469-394-7757. That's all I have today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harper.
Yes, sir. So I also want to send out prayers to those in Central Texas. Horrible situation down there, all the children and people who have perished. My prayers go out to them and their families. Also, I want to thank everyone who came tonight and applied to be on a board. We had an excellent turnout, lots of interest in being on a board. I will say, if you didn't make it tonight, please keep trying. We have openings all the time. It's and the good thing is that with that many people, it's harder on us to choose the right people, but it is good to have choices. So please continue to come out and volunteer. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
I also want to thank everybody that applied. I should have done it earlier. I will say that I started on P&Z before council, and I had to apply 3 times before I was appointed. So if you didn't get appointed, don't give up. Keep trying. I want to congratulate Clayton and Dale on their service awards. I want to give big props to Vicki and Sam on their recognition for tonight. People don't realize what the city secretary do. They hear the name secretary and think they're just a general admin. But these ladies, essentially, I think they run the city sometimes more than Michael does. From everything from elections and campaign finance reports to making sure we're on track for these meetings. So big props to what they do. Thank you. I also, like everybody else, my thoughts and prayers are for all those in Central Texas. There'll be all the people that look at everything in hindsight as far as what could have been done different. Events like this are just that they happen so quickly that it's almost you could have had all the safety measures in place, and it's still going to happen. When water rises 30 feet in 4 hours, it's almost impossible to get away quick enough. So thoughts and prayers to everybody down there. Huge props to the mayor of McClendon Chisholm and the city council for the efforts they've done in collecting stuff to take down, as well as everybody else that's doing everything. It is terrible of a tragedy this is. It is heartwarming to see the spirit of the people around and everybody that wants to hop in and help out. So, so prayers to everybody down there.
Mr. Manival.
All right. I too would like to thank all the people that applied to be on the boards. I went through these applications and the videos, and there were some outstanding candidates. They all seemed to be gravitated towards MDD and P&Z that some didn't end up on those, and I would, sorry, they weren't here to hear what you said, Scott, but don't give up. We'll need you sometime. And I wanted to thank Vicki for running us through that. She knows the rules. It would have been a mess if she hadn't been here, so thank you, Vicki. And I want to just encourage people to keep the situation down in the Hill Country, Central Texas, in your prayers. I can't imagine the sorrow and grief that people all over the state are going through. So, and I wanted to thank Cody for sharing that opportunity. I think that's something we should check out, and hopefully they'll probably, if this is like a situation where there's a truckload going down this week, there's probably going to be multiple truckload opportunities. So thank you for letting us know about that.
Mr. Hatley.
I would also like to send out prayers to everybody who's impacted by the floods. I mean, it's not just their families are all over Texas. They're probably all over, in a lot of cases, all over the country. I mean, my heart is actually broken with everybody who's suffered, losses and don't even know tonight if their children or their family members are still with us. I just pray that the firefighters and the rescue people can give them every bit of knowledge and instinct that they need to find those that are missing. I would like to congratulate also David Hale and Clayton Hubbard for doing a wonderful job and being acknowledged for that job. Vicki and Samantha for doing, congratulations on that. That's absolutely outstanding. You guys do a great job. And also, like Scott, I want to congratulate Mayor McNeil and McClendon Chisholm. They've done wonderful work in just a very short period of time and collected a lot of things to help the people in Central Texas. And I would like to also thank all of the candidates who applied, and congratulations to all those who are on boards. We had a wealth of talent in there. I mean, there's people that went home not on boards that very, very talented, had a lot of things to offer the city. I do hope they keep trying. And as always, I want to thank the DPS, and hopefully they never have to go through what's happening in Central Texas. But I know we've got the talent here that can handle it if we do. That can more than handle the situation. So thank you all.
Ms. Huffman.
So I'll start with also the situation in Central Texas. It's so tragic, the flooding that's gone on, and it feels like everybody's touched in some way. You know someone who knows someone, or you hear a terrible story, and it's just awful. And it's wonderful to hear the ways people want to try and help, and there are lots of opportunities out there. It's just hard to sort of sift through everything. So thanks for providing that insight into another opportunity, because most everybody wants to do something to help out any way they can. I also appreciate all the people who applied for the board positions. It was really difficult. I mean, so many applications of very qualified people, and I'm sorry that some people are going to be disappointed that they didn't have a chance, that they won't have a chance to participate this time, but like you said, Scott, keep trying. And congratulations to Vicki and Samantha. and David and Clayton and the Parks Department. And I also appreciate the involvement. People are using the form to submit their comments. We got a number of emails with people's feelings about some things, and it's turning out to be a great opportunity for people to participate if they can't be here. I love that we have that information coming from people. And I appreciate the comments tonight about maybe changing some ordinances about nepotism. There have been some things in the past that it seems surprising to me that my own husband could apply to be on a board when I'm on the council, but we've seen multiple family members actually on the council together. So it's not something that is out of the ordinary, but maybe it's something we do need to look at the pros and cons of that being able to happen. And that is all I have to say tonight.
Okay, thank you. Well, I did have my 15-minute mayor's report prepared, but I don't want to be the most hated guy in the room, so we'll keep it brief. So first of all, thank you to everyone who wanted to get involved on these boards. It was incredibly difficult to have to choose, and just seeing the talent that exists here in Fate is very inspirational. I think it shows that if we can keep that level of involvement up, if the worst situation we have is having to turn down good people, that's as unfortunate as it may sound, that's a good problem to have. Also, of course, to mention what's going on in Central Texas, but one thing I think that we can take away from to kind of honor the memory of what happened there is, and I know we have this community in Fate already, but let's also use this as a time to reflect that helping your community doesn't, and being part of it and knowing your neighbors and wanting to get out there and be involved doesn't have to happen just when tragedy strikes. That can be something that we build and grow before then as well. And then, of course, I would say to Vicki and then Sam as well, but Vicki, you clearly just from running the appointment process tonight, that award was well deserved. So that plus everything else you do, thank you so much for what you do there. Thank you to the council for the good discussion that we have on a variety of things. It's great to hear your different perspectives, and I appreciate that. And with that, my mayor's report is through. Mr. Kovacs.
Sir, just a couple quick things. As we mentioned in prior activities tonight, the MDD is meeting tomorrow night at 6 p.m. So we'll see the MDD in action there. And then Jennifer can stop me if I get too far off base with but also our condolences to the folks in Central Texas. Lots of communication taking place today. Not on the agenda to talk about. I do want to also echo, churches are great. The state has put out information in connection with the Kerrville area folks, and those folks are asking for donations to go to the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country, and we've got a link, and we'll talk about with our staff tomorrow about how we get some of those things out as far as to the public. And of course, we've been in communication with the county, and there's things going on with the different cities in the county. So lots of activity today.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda.
Item number 8, adjournment.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Make a motion, we adjourn. Second.
All right, do we want to discuss for a while? Or
Yes.
All right, here we go. Let's vote. All right, it passes. We're adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.